May I have your attention, please? You're requested to kindly settle down. We shall begin shortly. Also, all the speakers are requested to please give their updated PPTs to the designated area on my right. May I have your attention, please? You're requested to kindly settle down. We shall begin shortly. All the speakers are requested to please give their updated PPTs to the designated area on my right. Thank you. May I request everyone to please take their seats? They shape the unseen. They chart paths through stone and time. They are the silent architects of India's industrial backbone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my heartfelt welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you all here for the National Seminar on Indian Mining, Present Scenario and Future Perspectives, organized by the Mining Engineers Association of India, Nagpur chapter. My name is Srishti Singh and I'll be your host for 2 days, where we are going to share not just space and sessions, but ideas, perspectives, and experiences that matter deeply to the future of the mining sector. You know what makes gatherings like these special? There are people in this room who have spent decades building India's mining story. And then there are also those who are just beginning to write their chapters in it. Generations of experience and fresh thought, all under one roof. We are joined by an incredible mix of minds: mining engineers, geologists, mineral processing and metallurgical engineers who have worked at the very core of this sector. We also have among us government representatives, mine owners, consultants, academics, research and development organizations, students, and researchers. Each one of you bring a different lens, a different story, and a different kind of value to the table. Thank you so much for being here. This gathering is illumined by the presence of highly respected dignitaries. Joining us today, we have among us our chief guest, Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma, Controller General, Indian Bureau of Mines, and Chairman of MEAI Nagpur chapter. We also have with us Shri Pankaj Kulshresht, Chief Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines. Also joining us is Shri Dhananjay Reddy, Vice President of MEAI National Council, and Dr. YG Kale, Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, and Secretary, MEAI Nagpur chapter. May I please invite our guests to kindly grace the dais and take their seats. अब वक्त है दीप प्रज्वलन का, एक ऐसी परंपरा का जो हमारी विरासत में गहराई से निहित है। दीपक की लौ आध्यात्मिक जागृति और नई शुरुआत का प्रतीक है। इसी पवित्र भावना के साथ अब मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी हमारे मंचासीन विभूतियों से कि अपने कर कमलों से दीप प्रज्वलन कर कार्यक्रम का विधिवत शुभारंभ करें। बहुत बहुत आभार सभी सम्माननीय अतिथियों का। एक बार करतल ध्वनि के साथ फिर स्वागत करते हैं हमारे सभी अतिथिगण का। As a token of our profound respect and immense pleasure in having you with us today, I extend a most sincere and warm welcome to our esteemed guests. Let us take a moment to formally welcome our distinguished dignitaries. We are deeply honored to welcome our chief guest, Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma, And I invite Mrs. Jyoti Mathur and Shri G. Ram to extend our warm welcome. Let's invite our chief guest with a warm round of applause. Please join me in welcoming Shri Pankaj Kulshresht, our guest of honor and Chief Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines. I would once again request Mrs. Jyoti Mathur and Mr. G. Ram to kindly extend our warm greetings. It is a privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Dhananjay Reddy, Vice President of MEAI National Council, and I invite Ms. Sakshi Gupta and Mr. G. Ram to offer our greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand. We have with us Dr. Y.G. Kale, Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, and Secretary, MEAI Nagpur Chapter. And I invite Ms. Aparna Chauhan to extend our warm welcome. With a warm round of applause, we welcome Dr. Y.G. Kale. Thank you. The year was 1957. India was young, hopeful, and rebuilding its identity. In the midst of the national awakening, a group of professionals came together to create something lasting, to keep building long after the applause fades. They dreamed of an association where knowledge traveled across states, where professionals stood not in competition, but in collaboration. That quiet dream became the Mining Engineers Association of India. Headquartered in Hyderabad, MEAI today spans 27 chapters across the country, bringing together over 5,500 professionals from mining, geology, and allied fields. This national seminar is not just another event. It's part of a long-standing tradition led by the Nagpur chapter of MEAI, which has always believed in keeping technical discussions alive and relevant. Notably, it hosted the Mega International Conference and Expo back in 2017, focused on mining industry vision 2030 and beyond. This year, the theme of our conference is Indian mining, present scenario and future perspective. In 2015, the Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act underwent a comprehensive amendment, bringing about a transformative shift in India's mining sector, enhancing transparency, operational efficiency, and alignment with sustainable development objectives. Today, as the world shifts towards green energy, India is also focusing on critical minerals. This makes mining not just an economic activity, but a strategic pillar of our nation's growth. Thus, this conference is a space to reflect, to rethink, and to reimagine how mining can drive us toward the dream of Vikasit Bharat 2047. To formally commence today's proceedings, I have the honor of inviting Dr. Yogesh G. Kale, Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, and Secretary of the MEAI Nagpur chapter, a seasoned mining professional with over 35 years of experience. Dr. Kale holds a PhD in mining engineering from VNIT Nagpur and an MBA from IIM Nagpur. With over 55 technical publications to his credit and multiple advanced qualifications, he embodies both academic excellence and field expertise. Sir, may I now request you to kindly take the dais and deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma Sahab, Controller General IBM, and Chairman of the Nagpur chapter, Shri Pankaj Kulshrestha, Chief Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, Shri Dhananjay G. Reddy, National Vice President of the MEI National Council, distinguished dignitaries of the dais. I can see the past president of the MEI, Shri Dr. Meda Venkataya Ji, Professor Gurudeep Singh, Dr. G.K. Pradhan, and other many dignitaries. Delegates from the mining industry, esteemed guests, authors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I once again welcome you, and with good morning. It is indeed a moment of great pride and privilege for us to host this national seminar on Indian mining, present scenario and future perspective here in culturally rich, strategically significant and vibrant city of Nagpur during the refreshing monsoon month of July. Today's occasion is especially auspicious as it coincides with the beginning of holy month of Shravan as per the local Hindu calendar, a month dedicated to devotion, discipline, and renewal. Just as Shravan marks a spiritually rejuvenating period, the seminar too marks a moment of intellectual and technological renewal for the mining sector. May this sacred beginning bless all our deliberations with wisdom, clarity, and success. We are especially honored to have Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma, Controller General IBM, who incidentally Chairman of the Nagpur chapter of MEI. Shri Sharma Sahab, having rich experience in mining industry, undertook many initiatives with the futuristic vision of IBM. Some of them are development of star rating system templates for evaluation of blueprints of sustainable mining, implementations of mining tenement system, and many more. Sir, I welcome you in this gathering. We have presence of another distinguished mining engineer, Shri Pankaj Kulshrestha, Chief Controller of Mines, as guest of honor. He has varied experience of copper mining, iron ore mining, and mineral policy formulation. He will be steering the wheels of Indian Bureau of Mines very soon. I am sure he will continue to guide the MEI in general and Nagpur chapter in particular. Sir, I also welcome you. I welcome Shri Dhananjay Ji Reddy Sahab, who has taken over just a week before as National Vice President of MEI National Council. Sir, your gracious presence today is a true encouragement to all of us working towards the advancement and transformation of Indian mining sector. I welcome you, sir. Nagpur is often referred to as the Orange City and Tiger Capital of India, is also known as the geographical heart of India. But beyond its central location and cultural richness, Nagpur holds strategic importance as an epicenter of mining and mineral-based activities. It is home to the central headquarters of Indian Bureau of Mines, Western Coalfields Limited, Mineral Exploration and Consultancy Limited, MOIL Limited, JNRDC, Regional Headquarters of Geological Survey of India, Atomic Minerals Directorate for Exploration and Research, and several premier research institutions and mineral-based industries. Its proximity to major mining belts of central and eastern India, rich in coal, iron ore, manganese, limestone, and other key minerals, makes a Nagpur natural hub for policy, research, and innovation in the mining domain. India's mining sector is undergoing a remarkable transformation driven by the digitization, innovation, and sustainability imperatives. As we march towards our vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the need to modernize mining operations, enhance resource efficiency, and ensure environmental and social responsibility has become more pronounced than ever. It is in this context that today's seminar takes a special significance. As the mining sector embraces new age technologies to enhance productivity, safety, and sustainability, this seminar offers a timely platform to deliberate on cutting-edge advancement ranging from digital area data, drone and satellite-based monitoring, remote sensing, AI and ML applications, sustainable beneficiation, and green mining practices. Over the course of a couple of days, we will witness thought-provoking sessions by domain experts, successful case studies, and insightful discussions that can shape the future of Indian mining industry. I take this opportunity to extend my sincere appreciation to Nagpur chapter of MEA for organizing this important event, and to all the delegates, speakers, and participants who have gathered here from across the country. I extend my thanks to all our sponsors for sponsoring this event. With these words, I once again extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you, and with this seminar a grand success. May the discussions today lead to actionable ideas and stronger collaborations for a technologically empowered and environmentally responsible mining sector in India. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting a thoughtful and visionary tone for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to unveil the rich insights and academic contributions captured in this year's seminar. May I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial release of the seminar proceedings. Let's have a huge round of applause. This release is a tribute to the collective intellect and effort of the mining community. Thank you so much. Today we are privileged to have with us Shri Dhananjay G. Reddy, Vice President, MEAI National Council, a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience across NMDC, SAIL, KSMC, and leading private sector firms. He has served in senior leadership roles, including COO at ERM Group, and is the founder secretary of the Group Vocational Training Center Trust. He has also served as honorary secretary of Mines Safety Association Karnataka. Mr. Reddy is a life and fellow member of MEAI, and also a fellow member of the Institution of Engineers India. May I now invite our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Dhananjay G. Reddy, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri P.N. Sharma Sahab, Controller General IBM, and also the Chairman of MEA Nagpur Chapter, Sri Pankaj Kulshreshtha Sahab, CCM IBM Nagpur, Sri Yogesh Kale Sahab, and dignitaries of the dais, industry leaders, fellow professionals, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today to speak on a topic that is not only vital to India's economy, but also to the sustainable development of our nation, the present scenario and future prospects of Indian mining industry. Indian mining sector forms the backbone of our industrial growth as the fifth largest producer of coal, second largest producer of crude steel, and one of the top producers of iron ore, bauxite, zinc, limestone, and many other minerals. India is richly endowed with mineral resources. The mining sector contributes around 2.6 to 2.8% of India's GDP, but its indirect contribution is much higher than what we consider the downstream industries it supports. For power generation and steel production to construction and manufacturing. However, the sector faces several challenges. I think you are all aware of it. Regulatory hurdles and delays in environment clearance and forest clearance, etc. Irregular mining and lack of digitized tracking, particularly in minor minerals. Low exploration spending, less than 1% of the global exploration targets. Limited adoption of technology, especially in small and medium scale mines in the country. Workforce health, safety, and poor mechanization in some sectors. Despite these challenges, the government has taken notable steps. Reforms such as commercial coal mining, the introduction of a national mineral policy, policy on critical minerals, policy on steel, vision document on copper, aluminum, recently launched, and launch of mining tenement system or for transparency or positive signs of transformation. Now let us look ahead. The future of Indian mining is filled with opportunities driven by both domestic demand and global shifts. As the world shifts to clean energy, India must play a crucial role in supplying critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth elements. The government has taken many steps in this direction, but tangible progress is yet to be seen from the industry in pushing for their exploration and extraction. The future of mining lies in automation, AI, digital twin technologies. Mines of the future will be safer, smarter, and more efficient. Initiatives like smart mining, IoT-enabled monitoring, and predictive maintenance are already being piloted in some of the public and private sector operations. Environmental and social governance is no longer the option, but future mining in India must be eco-friendly, ensure rehabilitation of mined out areas, reducing carbon footprint, and engaging more meaningfully with local communities. The opening of coal and mineral mining to private sector and undo FDI is a game changer. With 100% FDI allowed under automatic route, India can target global players for both exploration and mining technology partnership. However, here I would like to add that we should develop a more transparent public reporting system of resources and reserves of minerals in the country, which will increase the confidence level of the investors while investing in the mineral industry. Presently, we are following UNFC for deriving mineral inventory of the country. Parallelly, the Government of India should initiate steps to implement Indian Mineral Industry Code, that is IMIC, developed by the National Committee for Reporting Mineral Resources and Reserves in India, that is NACRE, under the umbrella of MEI. The NACRE is an independent professional body managed by professionals, including the members from government agencies and PSUs. I request the Controller General and the IBM authorities present here who can influence the ministry in this direction to push for implementation of IMIC in the country. We as a major mineral producing country should implement and follow our own IMIC, the Made in India code approved by CRISCO, an international body, rather than following JORC or any other similar codes which are also approved by CRISCO for other countries. As mining becomes more tech-oriented, upskilling the workforce will be essential. There is a significant scope for job creation, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions, provided the right training infrastructure is in place. The Indian mine sector stands at a critical juncture. So while the present scenario presents challenges, the future holds tremendous promise if we focus on innovation, transparency, sustainability, and collaboration between government, industry, and the communities. With the right policies, investment, and technological adoption, India can not only meet its domestic demand, but emerge as a global leader in responsible mining. Let us work together towards this vision, a mining sector that powers India's growth while preserving our environment and enriching our communities. I hope these 2 days deliberations on this seminar will be a knowledge-sharing platform for all of us. So I thank Yogesh Kale sir, Sharma sir, and other dignitaries, you all, for giving me this opportunity on this occasion to put forward my views in this August gathering. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your words, sir. We are truly honored to have among us Shri Pankaj Kulshresht, Chief Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, who has carved an extraordinary path in the mining sector. He spent 2 enriching decades with Hindustan Copper Limited, followed by an impactful stint at NMDC. Today, as Chief Controller of Mines at the Indian Bureau of Mines, he leads India's mineral administration with vision and integrity. He is also a valued voice in national policy and technical circles, having served on key committees such as the Environment Appraisal Committee, the National Mineral Index Committee, the Royalty Committee, and the Mining Equipment Ecosystem Panel. Sir, may I kindly invite you to grace the gathering with your words.
धन्यवाद सृष्टि. Namaskar. Dignitaries on the dais, Chief Guest of today's function, Shri P.N. Sharma Sahab, Controller General IBM, Guest of Honor Shri Dhananjay Reddy ji, Vice President MEI, and my colleague Dr. Y.J. Kale, Secretary MEI Nagpur Chapter. Of the dais, senior members of MEI, delegates from different industries, academicians, students, officers from IBM and other government organizations, and all others who came across the different places to Nagpur to attend this seminar on Indian mining industry, current scenario, and future perspective, organized by MEI Nagpur chapter, with the aim to analyze the current scenario of Indian mining and to explore the opportunity, threats, and challenges in the future. As we all know, India has a vast mining landscape with a mix of small and major mines. But if we see, majority of our mines are in the small in size, around 80%, and around 20% mines are in large, having a large capacity mines. With this landscape, and we are currently producing around 40 odd minerals and around 1,300 working mines, we are producing almost all the material, infrastructure material required for the country needs. If we see the India's position globally, you find that India is almost self-sufficient in almost all the infrastructure material required for the country, like limestone, coal, iron, and almost the self-sufficient or nearly self-sufficient in these minerals. But as far as the other minerals is concerned, like the manganese or the critical minerals, like lithium, cobalt, or nickel, or other the fertilizer minerals, still we are the deficient in these minerals, and we have to rely on imports for fulfill our needs. Government of India is making all-out efforts in the last 1 decade, and particularly in the last 5-6 years. Number of reforms has been initiated, number of policy changes has been done, just with the aim to make India self-reliant in the mineral sector. Definitely, all these changes has come up with the positive results, resulting in the last 4-5 years, Government of India and the states has managed to auction more than 500 blocks of infrastructure material, around 50 plus blocks of critical minerals, and 13 blocks for offshore minerals. Besides this, there are a number of projects government have granted through NMET for the purpose of exploration. All these initiatives which has been taken by the Government of India last couple of years has resulted positive outcome, increase the revenue of the state governments, brings the transparency in the system, streamline the process, and reduce the compliance burden. It sets the platform for Indian mining industry for a future growth. But despite of all these things, if we see the picture which we are looking, or which we have assumed is not so rosy, despite of all these efforts, and despite of all these efforts taken by the Government of India in initiatives, still there are a number of challenges, still there are a number of threats for the mining industry. The biggest challenge is, already we have auctioned more than 500 blocks, but the operationalization of the block is a big challenge. Only around 50 odd blocks or 60 odd blocks has been operationalized in the last couple of years, and still large number of blocks are under at different stage of operationalization. Land issues are there, and more than this, the biggest challenge is the adoption of the latest technology, use of the IT, use of the robotics, and the adoption of newly high capacity equipment. That is another big challenge which Indian industry is facing. Despite this, we have granted number of projects under NMET to the different exploration agencies. Still a large number of area, a large area is still unexplored or explored up to G3 or G4 level, which requires a huge investment in the exploration sector. As we all know, whatever the results we have in the past and whatever the grade we are getting in the past, it may not be available in the future. For example, there was a time when we are extracting the copper at a rate of around 1% or maybe 1.2% of copper, but now hardly we are getting the grade of 0.8% or 0.7% or 0.6%. So that's we have to work out how best we can do it to extract these minerals. Currently, industry is at a very crucial juncture, at a crossroads, where there is a challenge with the industry to enhance the production of the infrastructure material, to start the production of the critical mineral, which is more and more required for the renewable energy purpose, for the defense technology, and for the technology for the electronics. But that is not easy. For that, besides the government who has taken as a facilitator, who has taken a number of steps in this direction, industry has to gear up himself for all these things. They have to come up with a strategy to adopt the latest technology in the extraction, in the processing, and in the mining. As we all know, exploration and processing will be the key in the future. Mining, definitely we can do it if the resources are available, but the biggest challenge in the area of the critical mineral is the processing. Right now, we have a very limited processing technology available with us. So company has to acquire the technology, they have to equip themselves with the equipments, and they have to equip themselves with the latest technology. In the last decade, Number of companies have already initiated to acquire technology. They have already in the process of developing processing technology. Because with the infrastructure material, grade is going down, and for critical mineral, technology is not available. So processing, we have to take in on priority. I am hopeful that companies should understand and take these two areas as a priority one. Another issue which I want to highlight as of now, that exploration is the must activity in the future, because whatever the resources we have will not be available for the next after 25 years. If we continued with the same rate of production what we have today, we have analyzed that in most of the minerals, the resources are going to be exploited in next 25 years. And what is the vision and what is the plan the government have, that indicates at least we have to double the production almost in all the sectors like coal, iron ore, or any other mineral to meet the demand for the consumer industry. Because as of now, if we see the per capita consumption of different minerals in India, it is almost at the lowest level in the, as far as the developed or developing countries are concerned. And definitely, with the focus on the infrastructure development of the government of India, we are expecting that per capita consumption of different minerals will be going to be doubled in next 10 years or maybe 15 years. For that, industry have to equip themselves. Indian industry has a potential, they have a capacity, they have a capability, they have achieved this goal. But for that, they have to work with the sustainability, they have to work with the responsibility, they have to adopt the responsible mining, they have to work with the smart mining, they have to work with the safer mining. They have to balance between the ecology and the production. That is much more important, as we all know that geographically, if we see most of the Indian mining deposits of the infrastructure material or the critical minerals are located in the areas where there is a dense forest or tribal located. Out of the 100 major mineral districts in India, around 50% of the districts are located in the tribal belt or the dense forest area. So all these things make a big challenge for the mining industry in the future. But the industry has to come up with a solution with the ecological balance and the enhancement of production. I am very much hopeful that today's gathering, which have leaders and the real mining engineers and geologists from the industry, will definitely discuss, deliberate on this issue, and definitely come up with a solution so that the Indian mining industry can grow in the next couple of years with the ecological balance. That means the mining will be in sustainability, mining is with the responsibility, and mining with the environmentally. With these words, I once again thank you all, and thanks MEI to organize this 2-day seminar on an important subject, which is the need of an hour. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful address, sir. Some people shape systems, others shape sentiments. Our chief guest today has done both. It is a true honor for me to introduce Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma, Controller General, Indian Bureau of Mines and Chairman of MEAI, Nagpur chapter. His illustrious career of 35 years is a story. Not just about career milestone, it's about a lifetime of vision. He was instrumental in creating the system for sustainable mining. He led the way in harnessing satellite-based surveillance, among others. He has pioneered the digital transformation in Indian Bureau of Mines. And most recently, under his visionary leadership, the mining tenement system has earned IBM the Gold Award at the National Awards for E-Governance 2025. This award reflects years of thoughtful reform under his stewardship. Well, I could go on and maybe still not do justice to the impact he has made. With a deep sense of admiration, I invite a dreamer, a reformer, a quiet force of transformation, Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma, to kindly address the gathering.
Thanks a lot. I have privilege to be in the company of my wonderful friend Pankaj Bhai, Dr. Yogesh Kale, Shri Dhananjay Reddy, and all of you even more illustrious and more knowledgeable than what the dais is. So, very warm welcome at the outset. Let me first, set the things right. There is a saying in Hindi, अकेला चना भाड़ नहीं झोंक सकता. And that is correct. I am not ready to take any accolades, what Srishti said, because I don't deserve to. As a matter of fact, thanks to the platform provided to me or to all other officers is my own department. It was my good luck that I could find the people around me, those who were passionate about their work, who were dedicated, who wanted to do something. And if at all there is a contribution of mine, if I can think, is that I could just be one of those flocks which did everything. So let me do that, and let me salute all the heroes, those who have worked tirelessly behind the curtains. So now, when we again gathered here, and I'm kind of a person who is always very averse to all these seminars and these gatherings. Very honest confession. Because the reason I never found this type of forums, other than networking. I understand that. My son says that networking is a very important aspect of the life. I do understand that. When you meet the people, you learn many things from each other. The thing is that today when we talk about the present scenario of the mining and its future perspective we talk about, then only one thing in my mind comes, Before even I can say something about it, tell me how many of us under this roof really know what as an individual we are capable of doing. Anyone who can claim that? I think none. Because we have never been able to explore our own strengths. That what we can do. And that is the most important question in front of today's mining industry. I understand that if I am at this side of the table, I can pose many faults, I can raise many issues. Very easy to do anybody. But if somebody asks me, give me a solution of that, it's always a very difficult task. So if at all, in my opinion, the future belongs to finding these solutions within the given constraints is the key to the mining sector, not only to the mining sector, even our own life. Look at the things, There is a story which goes, how we think and how we perceive the entire situation and chart our way is the most important aspect. All the bigwigs, those who are sitting here, all the academicians, those who are here, all those who could do something in this industry or for this industry is because they could find out their way within the given constraint They were not the one who complained about the circumstances under which they are born, about the system which is prevailing, about the many challenges they are facing. But they rose to the occasion and they did what they wanted to do. This is another story, whether they could achieve 100% or they could achieve 50% or they could achieve 60%. This is always a different story. Same thing is that for persons like us to raise many questions is very easy. So today is the time we can complain, I'm a small mine owner, sir. Please relax the situation for me. Sir, I have an area which is very complicated. Sir, it is not possible. You can understand. Please give this relaxation to me. Who can go to the God and complain, sir, why you have given me birth on this earth and made me a poor guy? So my idea is that let us join hands together. See that these are the conditions and I have to do something within this. And those solutions, as per our own rights, they are in the right direction, we can always press for that. Because in today's world, if you look at the geopolitical situation around you, around us, who bothers? If Israel is waging a war against so many countries, who is bothered in this world? It is good that our conflict could end up very quickly. And I understand that this is the very well thought of things by the government of India. Because they knew it is not, the longer war is not in the interest of our own country, of our own people. And they were smart enough, government of India. But look at the Kiev and Russia. What is going on? And who is bothered? Similarly, if we are fighting for a cause amongst ourselves, if we are not able to find the solutions on our own, God is not going to come for our help. We have to help ourselves. This is the time when we have to think about it. I understand. That's why I asked a question like that. I have a firm belief. All of you have got the capacity to do something. I won't say unthinkable, but definitely which has not been thought so far. And our solutions lie there. Look at the situations of the trade wars between the countries because of the geopolitical situations again. There are the restrictions on certain rare earth minerals to the India by the different countries. But I understand that we'll come out as a winner. We'll find out the solutions to negotiate with these situations. So the idea is that unless until there is a situation we need to deal with, we all are like, why to deal with it? This is a very common nature of every human being. And I am the first having such nature. You come after that only. So the thing is that we have to find out the solutions, what we want to do in future for the mining. I understand that when there is a collective force, those who are putting in their own efforts, then the results are always going to be wonderful. वो शाहरुख खान ने कभी कहा था ना कि अगर किसी को शिद्दत से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात तुम्हें उससे मिलाने की कोशिश करने लगती है. वो शिद्दत हम में होनी चाहिए. That is the most important task. Government policies, regulations, systems, if not immediately, but gradually they will align with the right cause. It is nothing of the sort. I understand that most of us under this roof are really rattled about getting the environment clearances, forest clearances, and everyone says, sir, this is the biggest hurdle in the mining. I can understand there are challenges, there are the problems, But I don't think that this can deter us away. And this can be the single largest cause when the mining will be stopped in this country. It's absolutely impossible. We could come up so far if you look at the economic well-being, if you look at the thought process of our own societies and the people. We have traveled a lot. We are one of the oldest civilization which is surviving on this earth, with our own characters, with our own DNA. Despite all the chaos the people across the world have thrown on our head, we are still walking our head high. So remember that we have been doing it so far. You are the one among, somebody says, yeah, the whole system in our country is so chaotic that it is very difficult to work. But look at the other thing, we are, if you look at the entire nation, entire globe, you will find that you are blessed to be born as Indian. You are blessed to be born in this country, despite all said and done. If I consider that there is a chaos, which I don't consider, there is a chaos, still, if all of you, all of us, we can do it, we can bring it so far, that means there is still a lot of capacity is remaining, which can take us to the top. And that is what, in my opinion, is the future of the mining industry. We as a mining engineer, we as a geologist, we as the process engineers, we are the people who will survive against all odds. Now, if you look at the future mining, the processing is one of the most important aspects. And you have seen the growth of processing industry along with the mining. If we talk about the critical minerals, if we talk about the low and lean grade processing, the processing has become a very important task. That's why for us to walk or chart a course in the future, it is important that we must prepare ourselves with a view of 360 degree. It's not about only taking out the mineral, but how best this mineral can be put to use is the key. Everyone knows that a single piece of rock is a usable commodity. It definitely depends upon the logistic cost of that rock. I really, don't want to cite the example, but I am really impressed. Today, if I say something, we'll see unfolding in front of us. Some people are amongst us, they dare to dream, they dare to look at it differently, and they did it. Since we are in the Vidarbha, this is the land where all of us are living happily. It's a wonderful place to be. And this Vidarbha is going to be the biggest steel hub, not only in India, but in the Asia in the next decade or so. Mark my words, because few people, they dared to do that. And now, whole lot of the people, they will join them. I have seen the kind of work Lloyds have put in. It's fantastic. It's inspiring. And it's a path-breaking. I understand when I was in Hyderabad regional office, but everyone was saying, sir, this is 50%, it is of no use. Now they are using BHQ from 32% to plus 65%. It is possible. And many more such stories, I understand, are hidden somewhere. All of you can be the part of that. And that is the future of the mining. The key is a holistic view. The key is to look at it differently. The key is to rise, to awake, to walk, and show that under any situation, under any circumstances, we Indians, and particularly the mining industry, is going to hold its head high. We are here to stay. We are not going to go back. And we are going to write a new chapter. And every day for us is a beginning of a new beginning. Thanks a lot for being all with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your perspective has added significant value to our gathering today. With that, we now move to a moment of appreciation. I would once again like to extend heartfelt thanks to our distinguished guests for their gracious presence and invaluable insights. As a token of our deep appreciation, it is now time to present a memento to honor their contribution and presence here today. May I please request Dr. Y.G. Kale to present a memento to our chief guest, Shri Piyush Narayan Sharma, as a symbol of our heartfelt appreciation. Thank you for your gracious presence, sir. I once again request Dr. Y.G. Kale to kindly present a token of gratitude to Shri Pankaj Kulshresht. Thank you, sir. Your presence has made the event really special. I would once again request Dr. Kale to please felicitate Shri Dhananjay Reddy by presenting him a memento. Thank you for your valued presence, sir. May I now request Mr. Manish Mendirata to extend a token of respect to Shri Y.G. Kale. Thank you, sir. This inaugural session has truly set the tone for what promises to be a meaningful and impactful event. To extend our sincere thanks, I invite Mr. Manish Mendirata, the convener of the seminar and the Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, to present the vote of thanks.
Good morning, Chief Guest for the event, Shri P.N. Sharma Sahab, Controller General, Indian Bureau of Mines, our guest of honor, Shri Pankaj Kulshresht sir, Chief Controller of Mines, Shri Dhananjay Reddy sir, Vice President MEI, Shri Y.G. Kale, Secretary MEI Nagpur Chapter, distinguished guests, invitees and participants. It is my immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee for this inaugural session of the event. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Controller General sir for his gracious presence here in the event as the chief guest and for addressing the gathering and showing a right perspective for this entire seminar that is going to be held in the next 2 days and putting it in the true perspective. And I will really say that he is basically a team builder who has shown his capabilities through sustainability efforts and through use of new age technologies in the mining sector. His presence in the event in itself is an inspiration to all of us. Sir, your submissions will be the basis for deliberations on the next 2 days of seminar. We would also like to thank Shri Pankaj Kulshresht sir for his presence as guest of honor. We are extremely grateful to you, sir, for your constant and meticulous guidance and showing us the path and the issues to be discussed in the forum. I also would like to thank the senior functionary of MEI, Shri Dhananjay Reddy Sahab, for his presence and ensuring that all the stakeholders of the mining industry are heard at every level and their concerns are duly addressed. Thanks for your presence, sir. It is also my duty to thank Shri Y.G. Kale, Secretary, MEI and Nagpur Chapter, for his unwavering guidance in ensuring that this seminar happens in a positive atmosphere and in the best available place in the city. Lastly, we are highly honored, humbled by the presence of our speakers, delegates, and all the participants without whom this program could not have happened. We keenly look forward for a positive and inclusive discussion on all the topics in the next 2 days of seminar. I cannot forget and would like to thank the organizing committee members who have been working for so many days for the purpose in order to ensure that we have the best of the discussions in the seminar. Thank you all. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
Thank you for your words of acknowledgement, sir. With the inaugural ceremony setting the tone for this national seminar, we now take a short break for high tea. When we reconvene, we'll begin our deep dive into insightful technical sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for high tea being served to my right in the dining area, and we shall meet in half an hour. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? We will be beginning in 5 minutes. All our guests are requested to please take their seats. We are going to begin in the next 5 minutes. You are requested to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are beginning with the first technical session. May I request all our guests to please return to the hall and take their seats. We are all set to begin technical session 1. We now begin technical session 1 titled Mining Present and Future. So our first session, which is titled Mining Present and Future, it's a snapshot of where Indian mining stands today and the directions in which it is poised to grow. The session will be chaired by Dr. Gurdeep Singh, former professor and head, CME IIT, ISM, and Mr. M.K. Reddy, Vice President, Sandur Manganese and Iron Ore Limited. I would request Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Mr. M.K. Reddy to kindly take their seats on the dais. With a huge round of applause, please welcome Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Shri M.K. Reddy. I invite our first speaker, Mr. Atul Bryce, Junior Mining Geologist from Indian Bureau of Mines, to give his presentation on Indian non-coal mining, present scenario and future perspective.
Thank you, Srishti. So, a very warm good morning to one and all. Myself, Atul Bryce, Junior Mining Geologist at Indian Bureau of Mines. And I'll be giving the introductory talk on Indian mining industries, present scenario, and future perspectives. So, the talking points of my presentation are the introduction, present scenario, future outlook, Indian mineral sector, the future outlook with SWOT analysis, conclusion, and way forward. So currently the value of is 1.84% of the total GVA. India produces as many as 95 minerals, and in the past few years, significant milestones in Indian mining industry have been achieved, like the major economic reforms since 1991, the introduction of Minerals Development and Regulation Act 1957 was formulated to regulate the mining industry in India, and key reforms in recent years like 2015, 2021 and 23 were done, and most recently National Critical Mineral Mission was launched by the government of India. So the present scenario of Indian mining sector with a focus on major minerals and the growth story. So currently the gross value added from mining and quarrying sector reached a staggering 5.4 lakh crore in fiscal year 2024-25, which accounted for 1.84 of the total India's GVA. There has been a significant jump since 2020-21 when the value was 3.16 lakh crore rupees, and it has grown to 5.40 lakh crores. Further, India is blessed and contributes significantly to world's global reserves of principal minerals like iron ore, graphite, chromite, manganese ore, and bauxite as shown here. And consequently, the production of these minerals, India is highly ranked in the final metal production like steel and aluminum industries. Further, the value of major minerals in India has grown significantly during the past 5 years and has reached a valuation of 1.48 lakh crore rupees, and the growth has been 17% CAGR for metallic minerals, 10% for non-metallic minerals, and 16% overall in the past 5 years. Considering the state-wise value of mineral production, a total is 1.48 lakh crore rupees, out of which Odisha is miles ahead from rest of the states and is contributing about 44% of the total with a value of 64.79 thousand crore rupees, and it is followed by Rajasthan at 15.8%, Chhattisgarh at 14%, and Karnataka at 12.4%. Rest of the states are contributing less than 5% individually, and in total less than 13%. Further, the mineral-wise value of mineral production, iron ore towers over rest of the minerals, and it contributes a staggering 2/3 of the total mineral valuation, contributing 1.03 lakh crore rupees, which is followed by limestone contributing 8%, zinc concentrate at 6.78%, silver at 3.71%, and finally chromite at 3% of the major productions. So the trend of mineral production based on these, the recent past, there has been a significant jump in the production of iron ore, manganese, and limestone, and a subtle increase in the production of bauxite. In the production of coal, India's coal production has been rapid since 2017-2018, and recently in 2024-25, India breached the 1 billion per annum production figure for coal production. With a strong foundation of mineral production, there has been significant growth in the production of finished products. For example, in crude steel production, India has reached a figure close to 150 million ton per annum production, and in cement production, in the coming years, it is expected the total production would reach 450 million ton per annum. In case of self-reliance in minerals, India is totally self-reliant in iron ore and is more than 90% self-reliant in chromite and limestone. But India needs to step on the pedal to increase the production of magnesite, manganese ore, and rock phosphate, where the current self-sufficiency is below 40%. The impact of legislative framework has been eminent, and the recent MMDR Amendment 2021 removed the distinction between captive and merchant mines and substituted mining operations with product dispatch. It the continuation of validity of statutory clearances and the invitation of private exploration agencies, and empowering the central government to conduct auctions. The impact of this amendment was the incremental increase in the number of auction blocks from 108 mineral blocks auctioned between 2015-16 to 2020-21 to a higher number of 365 mineral blocks auctioned between the year 2021-22 and 2024-25 itself. Further, optimal mining has been ongoing, and there has been additional reserves to the state. Further, 32 private agencies have been notified to carry out the mineral exploration in India. Similarly, the MMDR Amendment Act of 2023 omitted 6 minerals from the list of atomic minerals, and which created an impact with 59 critical mineral blocks being auctioned till date, and out of which 34 mineral blocks of critical minerals have been auctioned since the MMDR 2023 Amendment Act. This is the list of all the critical minerals. So now looking at the Indian mineral sector future outlook with SWOT analysis. following are the strengths of Indian mining industry. India produces, as I said, India produces 95 minerals, out of which 4 are fuel, 10 metallic, 27 non-metallic, 3 atomic, and 51 minor minerals. As mentioned, India stands well in the world contribution to world resources. And as per the NMI and SPM, India has sufficient resources and reserves to contribute to the domestic requirement and can sustain it in the coming centuries. And with the advent of time, due to multiple exploration going on, the resources are bound to increase, and hopefully we'll reach a stage when we'll be self-sufficient without the need of mining, and we'll be totally dependent on recycling itself. And these resources remain until then. India is has a shoreline of 11,000 kilometers, and as given in this, shown in this picture, India is located strategically in the center of South Asia, where it is, where it can get all the trade done with Australia, China, Africa, the Arabian countries, and contributes to the route to Europe. So India has different policy supports and reforms, and for example, the 2015 MMDR Act aimed at boosting the transparency, sustainability, and resource security. Thus, National Mineral Exploration Trust and District Mineral Foundation were established to fund exploration and subsequently develop the community of their mining region. Missions like National Critical Mineral Mission, which was launched earlier this year with an outlay of 34,300 crore rupees, aims to accelerate the domestic exploration, processing, recycling, and overseas acquisition of key minerals. India has a growing domestic demand of different minerals and has ambitious goals for infrastructure development, urbanization, and industrial expansion. Further, there is high demand of critical minerals in sectors like EVs, renewable energy, and electronic manufacturing. Further, policies like National Infrastructure Pipeline, PM Gati Shakti, National Steel Policy support the growing economy and demand for infrastructural growth. India currently has a large labor pool of approximately 1.25 crore people, who are directly or indirectly employed or associated with the mining sector. Public and private sector companies like NMDC, Vedanta, SAIL, and OMC have decades of operational expertise and will contribute in the coming years or so. Compared to the developed countries, India is positioned to scale mining activities with relatively lower labor cost. Now, coming to the weaknesses, as we all know, India is highly dependent on the import of critical minerals. Further, even today, in small or medium-sized mines, there is still outdated mining techniques going on. There are infrastructure bottlenecks in the transport of minerals in India. There are environmental as well as social challenges. And further, there is an exploration deficit where the obvious geological potential has been explored at just 30% currently, and we hope that it increases in the future. Following are the opportunities in the Indian mining sector. There is high demand of critical minerals, as mentioned earlier, in EVs, electronics, etc. And there is value addition focus as the growing policy emphasis on shifting from raw materials extraction to downstream processing as well as value addition. So I'll fast forward the opportunities. There is technological modernization, international collaborations are going on, new exploration models have been adopted wherein private agencies are carrying out the exploration, and further sustainable mineral development is taking place, and we have the star rating program to carry out this. Now, as mentioned in the weakness, one of the major threat that remains is in the field of critical minerals. We are highly deficit in production of critical minerals, and we are totally dependent on the import of majorly dependent on import of critical minerals. There are environmental regulations, commodity price volatility, import competition from Southeast Asian nations, China, and others. So, concludingly, I would like to emphasize that Indian mining sector stands at a definitive juncture with an expanding role in economic growth, resource security, and global competitiveness. With significant reforms and public-private partnership, the mining sector can be fast-paced in India. There is emphasis on green mining, and community welfare has become a priority nowadays. The National Infrastructure Pipeline and Gati Shakti schemes offer an opportunity to integrate mining infrastructure with national development goals. As a way forward, we can see in major minerals, we can possibly reach the estimated requirement for 2030, but in mineral like manganese ore, we are still dependent, highly dependent on the import. So these are the major way forward points from my side, and with the hope that everyone in the mining sector, from government, public, and private agencies, come together in creating a self-sufficient and sustainable future, I wind up my thoughts. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. I now invite Dr. Rajkumar, Deputy Director, Geology and Mining Department, J&K, to present on present scenario and future perspective of mining in Jammu and Kashmir.
Number 2. Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, dignitaries, all delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Rajkumar from Geology and Mining Department, and my topic is presentation and present scenario and future perspective of mining in Jammu and Kashmir, India. First of all, I would like to discuss that I am working in Geology and Mining Department, which was created in 1960 with the objective to work out the mineral potential of J&K and to work out various minerals present in the J&K and their to grant the concession for exploitation of the deposit and rehabilitation of the area after mining. So Geology and Mining has yes. So Geology and Mining was created with the objective to explore the mineral wealth, and in Jammu and Kashmir various minerals are present: limestone, gypsum, quartzite, dolomite, slate, granite, and world famous sapphire is also present in Jammu and Kashmir. And we have explored in abundant limestone, gypsum, quartzite, lignite, and dolomite in Jammu and Kashmir. Then with the amendment of rules made by the Government of India, from time to time we work with the guidelines issued from time to time, and government has issued SRO 105 during 2016 for governing the minor mineral exploration and grant of mineral concession in the J&K state. The leases are made operational wherever the department has made exploration of the mineral. The efforts are made to lease out the deposit to exploit the minerals. So leases are made wherever in the J&K state the mining is being conducted through open cast mining of method with using semi-mechanized ways and latest techniques under the guidelines of the environment granted by the competent authority. Only coal and sapphire mines which are present in J&K are being exploited and by way of underground mines with old traditional methodology. Yet we are not up to that extent that the latest and updated modified mines has been established. Major mineral. Now I would like to throw light on the topic. We have explored a limestone deposit in Jammu as well as in Kashmir division, and on the basis of the exploration, we have granted 36 number of limestone leases. And it is astonishing to know that 21 number of leases are alone in Anantnag district. We have a very good limestone deposits, and 9 in Pulwama and 3 in Srinagar districts. And we have one lease granted in Jammu province. Out of these 36 leases, you might be astonishing to know that only 5 leases are operational. Rest 31 leases are non-operational by one problem or the other problem raised by the rules or the other departments or the environment granted authorities, or some problems raised by the forest department. So if geologist has made efforts to work day and night to explore the deposit and it has been, concession has been granted, leased out, and ultimately what is the aim of gathering of all of us today here to find out the solution, how mining has to be made sustainable with latest technique and latest methodology. If export deposit, leased out deposit, when concession is granted, we are unable to make it operationalized, then our all efforts would become futile based, and we will not get anything from our hard works. Similarly, we have granted explored gypsum deposit in Jammu and Kashmir and granted 24 number of leases. 15 leases are alone in Kashmir division in Baramulla district, and out of 15 leases, only 7 are operational, 8 are still non-operational. And it is due to some conditions and objection raised by the forest, and it comes in the 1 kilometer radii of eco-sensitive zone. You might be agree with me or not, wherever mineral, it will definitely occur in the forest area or in the private land, or not in the Nagpur, heart of Nagpur, nor in the center, city center. It will be in the remote area, in the interior, and unless these conditions are be taken into consideration, we may not in position to regulate our mining, we position to conduct our mining in a smooth way. Then the coal mineral. We have Eocene coal deposits in Jammu region and lignite deposits in Kashmir Valley. In Jammu region, whatever coal deposit explored, that has been allotted to J&K government entrepreneur, this corporation, Messer JK Mineral Limited, who is exploiting the deposit. But still, I just told the mines are old mines. We are working with the old traditional method, providing timber supports, are not in position to work with safe and feasible conditions. So you can see this is the picture of the mine from the inside, and what are the conditions. Still we are working on it. On this platform we are talking to compete to the world. If we do not pay attention towards the smaller units are at small scale, how we can be in position to compete with the other third world countries and other progressive nations who are doing this mining with the latest technique and machineries. So this is the another picture of miners who are working in the coal mines. They are doing manual mining in the mines of the coal mines. Then the sapphire mine. We have a sapphire mine which is a world famous, that is in the Padar area, which is about 150 kilometers away from Kishtwar district headquarters, and about 50 kilometers on foot. The area was leased out to JK Minerals for exploitation after exploration conducted by the Department of Geology and Mining. And the department has made very good efforts since working conditions were very limited at that area, and they have established coal mine. But recently, government of Jammu and Kashmir has withdrawn that lease from the Messer JK Mineral and given area to Messer MECL to explore area, so that the government intends to develop this area for the development, establishment of more modified and updated mines. The report has been on the basis of the work conducted by MECL in 1 year. The report stands submitted to our department, and they have submitted, recommended some condition, and will continue the work in near future. And ultimately, our aim is to update these mines, and we will work for that. Then the grant of mineral leases of riverbed mining. After amendment in 2015, and J&K government has issued SRO new guidelines, there was a direction by the government, wherever we will go for grant of concession, it should be through e-auction mode. Earlier it was done on the first come first basis, then it came on tendering process, and after that it came on the auction process. But now we have extremely switched over to the e-auction process, and you might be astonished, we have created more than 400 minor mineral blocks in J&K and made efforts to put them e-auction. And at the last we were successful to e-auction 225 blocks, out of which 207 leases are operationalized. And out of 207 leases, 137 is operationalized in Jammu, whereas 70 leases are operationalized in Kashmir province. Then the grant of the quarry license. With the operationalization of the lease in the riverbed mining, we are facing a lot of problems. Basically, as per the number of developmental projects are being under progress, and we are unable to provide them the material, and department has planned to work out other alternate source of minor mineral. So we are working to identify the quarry sites by which we can meet up the demands of the projects. So where we have suitable and feasible sites of the minor minerals. So similarly, grant of short-term permit and disposal permits. To make it easy and to achieve the desired targets, there is another provision in our rules to grant the short-term permit, which is, you might be knowing that the area is less than 1 hectare, granted less than 1 hectare for STP, and exclusively provides to the government executing agencies in respect of the work of emergent natures. And disposal permit are also issued so that work of the government and emergent nature should be facilitated, should not be at halt. So this is the also provision in the rules. Then present scenario of the mining. I just told we have granted more than 207 mining leases, but still we are facing a lot of problems. You can imagine a lease of 1 or 2 or 3 hectares granted of minor mineral granted, a bundle of restrictions. Bundle of restrictions are imposed by the environment granting authorities. They are, as per our rules, the depth allowed is 3 meters or appearance of groundwater level whichever is, but they restrict us our mining up to 1 meter only. Despite 1 meter only, and putting number of restrictions. The slope should not be disturbed. There should be repose angle should be maintained. I am not with this. If allowed, mining is allowed only up to 1 meter, and how the slope is to be maintained for 1 meter. If it is 10 meter, 10, 20 meter or 30 meter, then they can talk about the maintenance of the slope, repose of the slope, but they are allowing us only 1 meter. And restriction is you have to maintain the slope. For how it is possible on the ground? Other conditions are so many there, but this is astonishing to know that. And if really we wanted to help our mining sector, to promote our mining sector, whether it is a major mineral or minor mineral, we should, I think all the officers or the dignitaries or the participants who are well versed with the subject should think over it, and we have to find out some base how to come out from these hurdles and problems which are being created in the mining, created for the mining activities to be taken up in near future. Then the future perspective, there are some aspects which we have to think over it, like sustainable and responsible mining, technological transformation, circular economy, strategic reform, global leadership, private sector participation, water management. All these are the aspects. All these are the aspects. Even the rehabilitation and reclamation of the area after mining, it's imperative, and on the part of the governing as well as executive agency to claim the area, rehabilitate the people. No doubt government has made efforts, and DMFT has been created. A part of our reality is being created in that, and that part is being utilized for the welfare of the displaced and affected people. These are the very good steps. But there are some issues like the forest, like EC, and we have to think over it. These are the future points which over which we have to think over and find out the solution for smooth and sustainable mining. Then the conclusion. On the basis of, I would like to submit to all of you that I am not doing any research or not any particularly doing work on the mining. It is only on the basis of whatever actual position of the ground which I have observed during my 28 years service as a geologist. I joined the department as a geologist and got an opportunity to work in various diverse field of geology, in mining as well as whenever JK Mineral were in problems or they struck for exploitation of the coal. In case of the major mineral, when leases are granted and we went for inspection of its operation, and in case of minor mineral, when we go for scrutiny and physical verification of the site plan, and then verification of this mine plan, and ultimately for the approval of that. So, only 1 minute. With regard to all these, whatever observation I have made on the ground, and available data with the JK Mineral, who is the exploiting agency, and exploration data available with our department, it is very much clear that mining is still contributing a very significant part in the GDP of the country, and we are this is the second largest population country in the world, and still we are suffering for the looking for the employment generation, and mining department is contributing directly or indirectly for employment generation. So is one of the important aspect, and providing raw material for the establishment of mineral based industry in the country. So there is a lot of scope in the country which will definitely play a significant role if mining is being done with the care of environment, safeguard and sustainable and people friendly practices. And if minerals are not consumed properly, not exploited properly, a day will not be far off. Just rightly has been pointed out on the dice by one of our dignitary that to raise question is very easy, but to find out the solution of that problem, nobody will come step forward, only say, okay, this is the problem, this is the problem. When you will ask, come with the solution, nobody will come, dice would be utterly empty. So it is my humble request to all of you to find out the solution, whatever the problems are being faced by the mineral based industry or mining industry, so in future, so that we may overcome all these problems and mining may get in proper and systematic and scientific ways. Thank you very much I am grateful to all of you for sparing your valuable time to listen my observation which I have got during my fieldwork in the geology. Thank you very much. Okay, no problem. So you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. I now invite our next speaker, Mr. Anirban Das, Assistant Mineral Economist, to present on review of ore types, reserves and resources, exploration, production and processing of Indian graphite.
Good morning, dignitaries sitting on the dais and off the dais. I'm Anirban Das, Assistant Mineral Economist in IBM Nagpur. Today my topic is focused in graphite, mostly in the review of ore types, reserves, resource, exploration and production and processing in India and with the global scenario. It is not working. Okay. So, as an introduction, graphite is an opaque gray and soft mineral with a 1 to 2 Mohs scale of hardness in metallic luster. It is characterized by the greasy feel, and the density is around 2.9 to 2.23 with a high resistance to the thermal shock, high electrical conductivity. Graphite is essential for lithium-ion batteries and its electrical properties. Natural crystalline and amorphous graphite and synthetic graphites demands are rising globally. Indian deposits shows potential for major production growth with enhanced exploration. With comprehensive analysis of geological strata, these identified regions utilizing the magnetic self-potential and geochemical methodologies that exploration agencies to explore some targets in the graphite horizons. Contribution of India in terms of graphite production has improved from 2% to 7.5% during 2018 to 2023. Now the areas of unexplored deposits, particularly the flaky graphite with the countries in India, also in Madagascar, Tanzania, Sri Lanka, are the low-hanging fruits that in the global scenario. Why graphite is important? It is very, very high electrical and thermal conductivity compared to other natural substances. That's why it can, the geophysical signatures can, predict the areas where we can target the areas in the India or in the areas where we can explore. Like modern use of anodes and lithium-ion batteries with an expected consequent demand in EV and production grows. China dominates the graphite production for anodes, mostly in the synthetic forms. China has recently imposed the export control on the certain kinds of sensitive processed graphites products like lithium-ion batteries anode. Graphite is not rare in nature, but challenges is to find the low impure graphite flakes for the suitable and modern applications. Favorable bulk mining geometry is one of the major important factors that can substantially reduce the mining cost, as well as the graphite deposits structurally complex and comparatively a small open pit or underground mining propositions. Now this is the classification of graphite, different amorphous graphite, flaky graphite, vein type and synthetic graphite. So out of this, flaky graphite and vein type graphites are important in terms of its grade. So, vein type graphites are very high grade in nature, and it is found in some places of India and also in Sri Lanka. And flaky graphite is present, we'll show in the subsequent slides, in through entire different parts of Indian scenario. And major producer of amorphous graphite is China, Mexico, and India. At flaky graphite for China, Madagascar, Mozambique, Canada, and Australia. Vein type graphite only found in Sri Lanka, and also some of the reports says that in India also we are having vein type graphites in Orissa, also in Kerala, and some part of Tamil Nadu as well. So this is the worldwide distribution of graphite, different types of graphite. Amorphous graphite deposits are generated through metamorphism of coal, petroleum reservoirs, and other high carbon sedimentary rocks. And major global deposits of amorphous graphite located in Mexico, Siberia, Russia, Australia, Ukraine, and the coal-rich region stretching from China to the Korean areas. And for flaky graphite, the graphite deposits are predominantly found in the metamorphic rocks such as schist, gneiss, quartzite, marbles. Notably, the flaky graphite deposits are found in Brazil, Canada, China, and East Asia. Vein or lump type graphites has crystalline structure and forms in vein and high temperature regions, metamorphic environments, and Sri Lanka hosts the most economically significant vein type graphites. Now, what we have done here is plotted the all leasehold and freehold database of National Mineral Inventory of graphite to understand the geological potential of India in terms of graphite, and we have plotted all the leasehold and freehold data. So and also it has been superimposed with the geological map of GSI to understand its potentiality and its extent in terms of its in the surface. So graphite occurrences are reported in various states, but deposit are economically significant so far in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa, and Tamil Nadu. Huge amount of remaining resources are reported by exploration agencies in past. In Arunachal Pradesh, around 76 million ton, and Jammu Kashmir around 62.74 million ton. Current study has identified the continuity of the graphite potential areas that can locate new mineral exploration potential areas within these areas and also in its extents. The techniques such as electromagnetic survey, self potential, and induced polarization can be a game changer for this sort of deposit to locate new mineral deposits for graphites. Now we have plotted the total leasehold and freehold database of the Indian graphite. So as per that, 8.56 million tons are the reserve category and 203 million tons are placed under the remaining resources. Resources containing plus 40% of fixed carbon are very less. It is 2.91 million ton, mostly in Jharkhand, and some are in Orissa. And the balance 164 million tons are falling under the beneficiable, unclassified, and not known grades. As per the NMI database 2020, there are total 102 leasehold deposits, and out of which 100 leasehold private and 2 are leasehold public deposits. Now we have plotted the distribution of the resource and reserves in India. For reserves, we can see that only Tamil Nadu, Orissa, and Jharkhand are having reserves. In terms of resources, the most of the high resources are there in Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. Along with that, there are good amount of resources like in Orissa and also in Chhattisgarh and also in Tamil Nadu area. Now, area-wise, we have plotted the leasehold and freehold deposits and superimposed the informations with the geological map, and that has given us the obvious geological potential of these areas. Having the continuation of these zones, like we can see the trend that is coming there, that there are many areas where the dots are not there. So we have the occurrences and also the data of the exploration that shows that the potential of the zones are coming, and it is around that particular area, and it's an obvious geological potential. But thing is that in terms of grades, we have very limited information. If we can map all these grades in terms of geological modeling through, also to detect and also to confirm those areas, obvious geological potential areas with different hyperspectral imageries and different electromagnetic surveys, RTP images, that can actually small down this area, and exploration targeting can be done on that particular front. Here, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh areas has been shown, and here we can Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, sorry, area has been shown. These areas have also the continuation. It is not working, so in between that area also we can see that where that more geological potential can be given. So leasehold and freehold areas of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh has been also plotted. Here also we can see the areas of Himmatnagar to the Sirohi district of Rajasthan. That area is having a huge potential to become a good zone in near future, but it is having only the freehold informations. Along with the exploration data, it can be modeled, block model can be created, and also the geological model can do some statistical modeling on that front and drill those areas where we can identify that potential blocks that can be auctioned in subsequent times. And in Arunachal Pradesh also a huge amount of resources has been reported, and these resources are widely spaced. In between there is no information in terms of exploration. So all this information can pull together in a 3D environment to model those data, because if we see the GSI reports, it is showing that very high grade. It is encouraging more than 10 to 14% of FC fixed carbon is there, with a vertical depth of 14 to 76 meter. Along with that, subsequently, if we drill those areas with deeper drilling technologies, can also give a game changer thing, like that resources can be upgraded to the reserves. And also in Jammu Kashmir area also limited informations are there. Only 3 or 4 leasehold freehold deposits are there, and grades are also not known of that particular area. Only trenching and soil sampling has been done. So in these areas, this AI and ML can be used to understand the potential and narrow down the area and drill those areas to understand its potential and its realization. Now coming to the auctioned mines of graphite in India, we can see a map that showing that summary of the reserve and resources of the auction mines in graphite. So Government of India has targeted those areas where the reserves are not reported and successfully auctioned, and due to the new exploration technologies, the areas has been successfully auctioned, and having 19.6 million ton in Madhya Pradesh, and around 8 auction blocks has been auctioned, and in Arunachal Pradesh also it is around 15.7 million ton of reserves. Also in Chhattisgarh 16.2 million ton of reserves. So all these areas having a tremendous potential in terms of graphite. Now the graphite production scenario has been shown here of last 3 years. Now the reserves of natural graphite worldwide, we can see in this map that China is the most dominant in terms of graphite production, reserves, and graphite production also. We can see that India is having both amorphous, flaky, and vein type graphites. And Sri Lanka also, we can see there are 1.5 million ton, but it can increase with subsequent exploration. And if we see the Madagascar area or in Mozambique, these are the areas of potential. Brazil is having significant potential of graphite reserves, that I feel that because the grades are very good. if the grades of graphite is very good, the concentrates more than 90 to 95% is of more use in terms of demand of graphite in Indian sectors. These are the comparison of the production of natural graphite. As per the publication of British Geological Survey, world production of graphite was 1.72 million ton compared to 1.8 million ton in 2022. In China is the leading producer, we have already discussed. And this is the simplified beneficiation technique for low-grade natural graphite, and this is done based on Eastern Indian provinces. These kinds of work in different other areas, like we have low grade to moderate grade graphite in India, but to process those graphite, work on the processing technologies has to be done in other areas also, like East India. Now, latest discovery in Western Australia, there are plenty of discoveries has been done in recent past. One of them I have quoted here. Here, in Western Australia, they have used the RTP images to identify the potential, and they have identified a huge 2 to 8 kilometer long graphite belt, and now they are exploring that with deep drilling technology. And also they have used, the weighted spectral images to understand, to confirm those areas. So these are the technologies that can be used to understand the potential and realize those potentials. Now, coming to conclusion, in global scenario, the contribution is 2 to 7%. Now it can increase in terms of we have in Government of India have auctioned number of graphite blocks, around 26 graphite blocks. So production will increase, and also with these areas we can also target more areas to explore and identify graphite in near future. And diversified strategy, including the advanced exploration, cost-effective mining technologies, and standardized trade codes, can enhance the both suitability and reliance in Indian graphite sector. The graphite reserves having 40+% fixed carbon is the low-hanging fruit. It is in Jharkhand and also in Chhattisgarh. Some high-grade vein-type graphites are also there, so that can be explored with topmost priority. Unexplored deposits like Madagascar, Tanzania, and Sri Lanka are the low-hanging fruits in terms of global scenario. Looking at the forecast rise and demand of graphite by 2030-40, India must prioritize the graphite exploration and in-house capacity building in manufacturing the graphite products. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Das. I would like to call upon our next speaker, Mr. Rupendra Singh, Assistant Mineral Economist, Indian Bureau of Mines, to present on graphite and overview on global demand, supply chain, and geopolitics.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Rupendra Singh Rathod, Assistant Mineral Economist, IBM, Nagpur. Today, title of my presentation is Graphite, an overview on global demand, supply chain, and geopolitics with Indian perspective. The earlier presentation was about exploration strategies and production of graphite. My presentation is related to global demand, supply, and geopolitics. We have already discussed about the graphite and its types. There are two types of graphites, natural graphites and synthetic graphites. Natural graphites are extracted from the Mother Earth, and synthetic graphites are made from petroleum and coal. Natural graphites are again of two types, flaky graphites and amorphous graphites. Flaky graphites are little more crystalline than amorphous graphite and better in quality. Why we are discussing graphite? after 2020, mean year 2020, the whole world was discussing about green energy, net zero scenario, and about the critical minerals. If we talk about the net zero and green energy, the foremost thing which comes in our mind is electric EV vehicles, which are changing the whole scenario of carbon emission. If we talk about EV vehicles, the main component is their battery, lithium-ion battery. Lithium-ion battery is made of basically four major components. It is made of graphite, nickel, lithium, and cobalt. If we talk about graphite, it is around more than 45% of the total battery. So if we talk about the processing of EV batteries, to make graphite used in EV batteries, it has to go through these four processes. Foremost is mining. We extract graphite from the earth, then we shaped into we do micronization of graphite and spheronization of graphite. It means it pulverized to micron size and rounded in shape. Then it goes to purifying. What does purifying mean? The removal of impurities with any chemical process. Then it is coating. Coating is something to cover active sites of the surface of graphite, reduce the occurrence of irreversible side reactions, reduce the specific surface area, and isolate graphite particles from the electrolytes and prevent solvent concentration. So these, for using any graphite into any EV battery, these graphite has to be gone through these all four processes. Apart from the four processes, we can use graphite after every process, like shaping. If we have done shaping, then we can use graphite in plastic additives. If we have done purifying, we can use graphites in metal industry. After coating, graphite is changed to CSPG, coated spherical purified graphite. This is the main component of any EV battery. Why we are talking about graphite? By weight, it constitutes around 45 and more than 45% of EV battery. So we can see if four components are there and the only graphite is constituting around 45%, then it is more critical than any three other mineral which is available in EV battery. By weight, it constitutes around 100 kgs and more than 100 kgs of any EV battery. Traditionally, graphite was mainly used in refractory industry, steel industry and all. But right now, after 2020, the use has been changed to new era uses, like in electronics, in energy storage industries and all. I have already talked that graphite is more critical than lithium and cobalt. And there are two graphs. One is about total graphite demand by sector, in which sector graphite is right now is used, and other is battery related region-wise demand. We can see in first map, with 2020, the rise has been shifted from traditional usage of graphite to EV batteries. Next, in the region-wise, we can see Asia is the main consumer of graphite for making EV batteries. This is global demand trend. If we talk about global demand of graphite, right now it is around 2 million tons, 2.5 million tons in between. But by 2030, the Bloomberg NEF has forecasted that it will be quadruple as per today. It will be increased 4 times. And by 2040, it will increase by 8 to 25 times. It will depend upon the scenario of our force, our strength on net zero emission. If we give more emphasis to net zero emission, net zero scenario, then it will go up to 25%, and if we'll go conservative way, it will be around 8%. We can see two trends are there. Blue one is the present scenario. If we move like the present condition, like whatever percentage we are using making of graphite in EV, it will go like this. But if we improve use of graphite in new era technologies, in net zero emission, it will go up to 25%. This is Indian scenario. As per NMI 2020, we have around 211 million tons of graphite. It's a huge number. As per production of 2023, we have produced 1.29 lakh tons of graphite, and still have imported 55,000 tons of graphite around. This is the comparison of graphite demand with our metals, with other metals. In first chart, we can see it is forecasted that in 2030 for EV batteries we have to need 17 million tons of the four main component and then other base metals to make EV batteries. In 2030 we can see the graphite, which is in dark gray color. It is almost 5 to 6 million tons. Same as graphite. The dark one is graphite here, and above the graphite it is nickel and then iron, and above the lithium it is aluminum and then graphite. And if we talk about the battery and electric vehicle sector, by 2030, 2040 and 2050, the lower one numbers are that usual numbers, as if we go as we are going now, and the number above in the darker blue, like 2.8, 3.8, 3.5 are the net zero scenario. The demand of the graphite will move like this. This is sector-wise consumption. Traditionally, already I have discussed about it. Refractories, steel, plastic additive, etc. Modern we are using in EV batteries. It is growing very fast. Apart from the natural graphite, synthetic graphite is there, but that synthetic graphite is only used in batteries, EV batteries. So if we talk about the year 2023, we can see the 50% of the natural graphite is used in refractories and foundry industries. 18% in battery and anodes, 22% in lubricants, brake linings, powder metals, and 10% in other industries. Same for synthetic granite, 15% in refractory and foundry, 60% in battery anodes, 15% in lubricants, brake linings, powder metals, and 10% in other industrial uses. This is the export scenario of India. Export of natural graphite from India. We can see there are two diagrams, one of world map and another is histogram of quantity and values. So if you see, the most of export natural graphite is exported to Nigeria, Tanzania, Malaysia, UAE, etc., and remaining countries. And this is the import scenario of natural graphite of India. The natural graphite of India is mainly, we import natural graphite from China. We can see around 22,000 tons of natural graphite is imported from China. This is the geopolitical maritime trade route of graphite. As in earlier slide, we have seen that we imported graphite mostly from China. So the route which maritime trade route which has been taken for transportation is like this. From 4 ports of China, it came to the South China Sea, then to state of Malacca, then to Chennai and Visakhapatnam. Both the state of Malacca and the South China Sea, both are volatile area. Both are infiltrated by Chinese mostly. So how China restrict or control the graphite trade worldwide? Like in 2015, China is selling graphite at very low prices, at very cheap prices. So India has imposes anti-dumping duty, because if China is giving graphite at very low price, very cheap prices, it is killing our local industry. They cannot survive in that way. So DGTR, Director General of Trade Remedies, found Chinese graphite electrodes were being dumped. It means they were selling very cheaply. So they dumped, sold at unfairly low prices, harming Indian graphite firms. So India imposes duty, and it was around 278.19 to 922.03 million dollar per million ton. In 2018, DGTR found that now sufficient time has been taken by Indian firms, so they revoked the duty, anti-dumping duty. So duty was revoked to reduce the cost for electric arc furnace steel plants in between rising infrastructure demand. So what was result of it? Surge in imports from China. When the anti-dumping duty was removed, the imports from China again sharply rises. In 2023, what China can do? If we see that the year between 2023 and 2018, the 2020, it was the year when the whole world started thinking about net zero emission and critical minerals. So 2023, China restricted their exports. So what they do? They imposes exports controls. China began requiring export permits for high purity synthetic graphite and flake graphites, citing national security. They were not exporting high grade of graphites, citing that they are essential for their national security and strategic concepts. So what was the result of that restriction? Impacted EV batteries and defense supply chains globally, because I have already discussed that China is controlling the whole graphite supply chain of the world, because maybe China is not having large resources of graphite, but China is the leading producing or processing hub of graphite. So it impacted the global chain supply chain. These restrictions continue to remain in force as of 2020. Still, these restrictions are there. China is not exporting high grade of graphites, anodes, high grade CSPG graphites, and anodes for EV batteries. So in 2020, what India has, 2024, India seeks alternative supplies. India engaged in discussion with Sri Lanka to explore high purity vein graphite, which is around 98% and above in carbon. Also advancing strategic mineral partnership with Tanzania, DRC, South Africa and UAE through bilateral dialogues and the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement (CEPA) framework. India's present strategy and opportunities. Basically 4 concepts are there to ensure and boost our supply chain. Auction blocks, NCMM launch किया गया है, PLI है, and the Kabul partnership. The auction summary of auction block in India from after 2015 is already discussed in the previous presentation. Around 26 blocks have been auctioned after 2015. Summary is already discussed. National critical mineral, one of the important mission which is launched in the same year by Government of India to establish a robust framework for self-reliance in the critical mineral sector as well in graphite. Central government now has the exclusive authority to auction mining leases and composite licenses for 24 critical minerals in Part D of the first schedule of the MMDR Act. And the objective of the mission is to secure India's critical mineral supply chain and strengthening the value chain. These are the components of the mission. There are 7 components of the NCMM mission. Then again the next one is PLI, production linked incentive schemes. It was launched in 2020. Aligned with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and the larger Make in India initiative, the PLI scheme seeks to strengthen the manufacturing backbone, reduce reliance on imports, and balance growth with sustainability. The PLI scheme not only contributes to strengthening India's industrial backbone, but also accelerate its integration into global supply chain for fostering sustainable growth and prosperity for years to come. PLI-backed graphite processing industry in India boosts domestic mining and processing capabilities to reduce reliance on imports, substantial upstick in exports, and will be a key pillar of the government's ambitious effort to position the country as global manufacturing hub. Key private players of graphite processing in India: Graphite India Limited, GIL HEG Limited, Tirupati Carbons and Chemical Private Limited. Conclusion and forward, the demand of graphite is increasing exponentially, quadruple by 2030 and 8 to 25-fold by 2040 due to increase in the demand of lithium-ion batteries for electric vehicle, laptops, smartphone, etc. Geopolitically, China holds highest stake in terms of graphite production and processing technology and keep strong position our maritime routes, which in turn make India dependent on China for processed and end-use products of graphite. Considering the present global critical mineral scenario, India must ensure to strengthen its domestic supply chain, develop strong withhold in maritime trade routes, and reduce import dependencies. Looking at the forecasted price in demand of graphite by 2030 and 2040, India must prioritize graphite exploration and in-house capacity building in manufacturing of graphite products. With the last, let's go with 3 Gs of graphite: green, gain, and growth. I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. It's now time for a corporate presentation by one of our distinguished platinum sponsors, Lloyds Metals and Energy Limited. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Shubhashish Bose, Vice President, Mining Operations from Lloyds Metals and Energy Limited, to the stage.
Good afternoon, one and all. I know you all are very hungry before the lunch break, but just bear with me for 10 minutes. I am here to present what we have done right in a right time at a very adverse condition. Just sharing and looking forward that we will get more ideas from you all during this session. With due respect to chair and co-chair, I will like to start my presentation, sir. Surjagarh is a name which was whispered earlier. Nobody has heard, many have not heard that place because of its conflict-driven policies. But now we take Surjagarh as, with pride, we take this name, and we are very much proud to be a part of a community where we were given all the support from the community to work there and do many things which was not available at that moment of time. So it's the local ecosystem of Lloyds company which I want to bring it to. We are operating a 55 million metric ton iron ore mines in Surjagarh at Gadchiroli district. We also have a pellet plant, and we are putting up an integrated steel plant in Gadchiroli district itself. And many secondary, as CG sir told in the morning, many secondary steel making will become. It's a complete ecosystem of steel, green steel making in Surjagarh. And it's only a matter of time, but it will become a major hub for steel industries. We do have a plant in Chandrapur district, which is known as Gugus. And we, from mines to Konsari plant, where we have a pellet plant, which is 90 kilometers away, we supplied from slurry pipeline, which is operational, 5 million ton grinding unit, 10 million ton pipeline, and 4.5 million ton of pellet plant is already in operation. From 22nd, it is working, and it has been inaugurated on 22nd of this month. This is a location. Geographically, we are well located in the central India so that we can cover eastern and western equally and all other distances easily. But the challenge here is the Gadchiroli district is 70% covered with forest, so we have to develop the infrastructure there, which we are doing. Gadchiroli is one of the aspirational district of Government of India and Prime Minister's Niti Aayog. I will just play a 30-second clip what PMO thinks about this.
जो गढ़चिरौली नक्सली हिंसा के लिए जाना जाता था, अब उसकी चर्चा विकास और स्टील कंपनी के लिए हो रही है। हमारा गढ़चिरौली अब फौलाद सिटी बनने जा रहा है।
So when it comes from at that level, it is more important for us, and it makes us more responsible that we do everything very meticulously and in a right way, because we are the first and we are not here to commit mistake. So we have to be very cautious in whatever do, and that is what me and my team and the company as a whole is trying to do in Gadchiroli. We want to write correct thing in a correct way so that others can follow. As you can see in this slide, past were not great. Past is past, but from 2021 when we entered, the scenario has changed. We have started with 3 million, and in 3 years we are now at 55 million tons of production. Thank you.
But we started in 2019. We have not started mining. We have kept people first. Still today, when we talk, we always think on people's perspective and inclusive growth. So we started in 2019. We developed infrastructure. We developed hospital. We developed power connection and communication system in the very hardcore dense forest area. And from September 21, we have started operation. So all this oxygen plant and roads and lights were taken to that place for development and for upliftment of the community. We also have given support to armed outposts and to the police, state police and central police, because many of them have lost life in the conflict. Around 125 people have lost life, including some of the officials of Lloyds Metal and Energy. And so the prime motive was to make them secure, and to the employees and to the people working in the Lloyds to be secured in that. So many first things, as said in inaugural speech also, many first thing we are doing. We are the first who had exported low-grade ore to from the Gadchiroli district. We also are we will be the first to beneficiate commercially the lean ore of bended hematite quartzite in a commercial way. And we have engaged all the electric and EV equipment for our ROM handling. So we are 100% operating on EV and electrical right now. And as told in the morning, the grade of Fe we will be beneficiating from increasing from 35 to 65 plus percent of Fe. Many foundation has been for ISP, for hospital, for school has been laid down by Honorable CM on 22nd July also. So CBS is at present in Hedri, where our mines is, we already have 30-bedded hospital and a 10 standard CBSE school, rather 12 standard CBSE residential school is already put in place, and all the medical treatment and education to the people of or to the students of Gadchiroli district is free of cost right as of now. Again, the major challenge was extraction of mineral. So without disturbing anything, we are extracting mineral through pipeline. Very less, 10 million ton of my total production is going through pipeline to my consumption, and we are increasing that to 22 million ton. Another 12 million ton pipeline is under progress, which will be supplying it to Guggus and then to the respective ports, Jalna and Digi. So that pipeline projects are going on. One is in operational, that is 85-kilometer pipeline. 4th in India and 1st in Maharashtra. This is the place where we belong. The red border is Sujagarh lease of 348 hectares, and our beneficiation and grinding units are very next to it, 2 kilometers in it. So from mines to grinding unit also through conveyor belt we are shifting the material. So no road logistic is involved. The major concern when we started, from day one, management had asked, our MD was very precise that you should not generate more of fossil fuel, you should not use more of fossil fuel, try to go to as much as EV as much you can. So on that, we are very happy to share that when we started, we were at 11.61 kg CO2 per metric ton emissions. And last year, we achieved reduction of 55%, which is 3.32 kg CO2 emission because of our all EV and electrical vehicles. So it's a 55% reduction in CO2 emissions. And going forward, we will be reducing further to 3.31 because we have increased the fleet of EV vehicles. In terms of logistic, as I told, the part is from pipeline only, majority fines, and CLO we are shifting from LNG trucks, which will again reduce around 1,300 tons of CO2 annually. These are the fleets which we are using right now, which is running at present in the mines. So it's all green. Women empowerment was our major focus. We truly believe that true women empowerment is when women are not just beneficiaries of support, but actively driving the change. So they are the part of change what we have done. And the growth of a woman who have started, tribal women who have started as a, what you call a housekeeping staff, now they are operating my 50 tonners logistic trailer on road.
गडचिरोलीचं चित्र बदलतं आहे. आज आम्ही एका आमच्या भगिनीला त्या ठिकाणी ज्यावेळेस तिच्याशी बोलत होतो त्यावेळेस तिने सांगितलं की मी हाऊसकीपिंगचं काम सुरू केलं 12,000 रुपये पगारावर आणि आता वॉल्वोची ट्रक या ठिकाणी ती चालवते आणि 55,000 रुपये तिला पगार मिळतो आहे. अशा अनेक लोकांचं जीवन यातनं बदललेलं आहे. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं आम्ही गडचिरोलीचा वापर वसाहतीसारखा होऊ देणार नाही हे सांगितलं होतं. इथे स्टीलची इकोसिस्टम सुरू करतो.
So this was the word of CM's on last visit, CM sirs. So in core mining we have around 364, which is increasing. In total headry zone we have around 858 women, tribal women working with us. And this number, as I speak, is going to increase by 500 because 500 women are under training for our logistic trailer trucks. They will be driving from here to, from our Surjagarh mines to 150 kilometer to Ballarsha and other region, other area sidings. So these 500 women will be joining us soon. They are under training right now, and they will be riding the LNG trucks what we have shown before. Training and development was an important part because when we entered, the skills were not available. So 2019, we started imparting trainings in simulators, and then again from LMV to HMV, HMV to Volvo, Volvo to higher trucks, excavators and all. So this is a continuous parallel process which is going on. Around 12,000 odd plus people have been engaged and trained. 5,500 people are from Gadchiroli district who are working with us. Others have gone on to other places also. And 63 surrendered Naxalis who have surrendered have been working with us. And there are men and women, say 10 women are there in that. And there are people who are not directly interested in working in mining equipment per se. So we have developed a skill development center where they are trained for barbed wire, welding, carpentry, masonry, everything. And they are again being adopted or engaged or appointed by our subsidiary company to work in our civil construction. Even while training, we pay them stipend, and after that we observe them. And once we absorb them, this is one of the snapshot in which the training of all these people, around 2,500 individuals has been trained. And the good part is nobody is a worker here in Lloyds Metal and Energy. Everyone is a owner because everybody is getting ESOP. All the people, all the person who is working in any of the subsidiaries of Lloyds are getting ESOP. On a very day first, for next 5 years, it has been declared, and we have distributed around 10,600 employees with a worth of 2,000 crores of ESOP. We all are holding. So there is no worker, thank you, no worker owner concept. It's all our owner for this company, and they will drive this future. The vision of our MD is the local person should one day lead and should head the mining and beneficiation plant in Gadchiroli. And on that line, we have sent some of the local people, around 10 who are doing mining engineering and mineral processing in Curtin University, Perth, Australia. Now we are opening up a university in Gadchiroli, Gondwana University. We are expanding it, and it will be a place where Curtin University will be helping us technological partner for imparting mineral beneficiation and mineral processing and mining engineering courses. These are some of the green initiatives we have taken, as you can see in the snapshot. Around 3 lakh trucks. The target taken by us is around 11 crores of plantation we have to do in next 5 years. A complete sustainable ecosystem. We rely more on technologies. We rely more on unconventional way of doing the work, and that have helped us in surviving in that dense, arid condition of it. As I already told, this hospital, now it's 30 bedded, expanding to 100 bed. The same hospital of 100 bed will be also coming in Konsari. Konsari and Surjagad is 90 kilometers apart. So 2 places, 2 hospitals, 2 schools. So around the first institutional birth of a baby happened in our hospital. Otherwise, it was at home only till 2023. We also support sports. We have a sports academy. We have a security academy established in Gadchiroli itself, and all have been trained free of cost. And then many of them have also applied for Junior Olympics and all. So, and this is the infrastructure which we are still continuing and growing it from one place to another. Around 42 villages we are covering for infrastructure development. So we are paving a pathway to make a Gadchiroli as a green steel city. We are first, so we are trying to do it in a correct way. And as our MD said, India's most powerful growth stories do not always begin in boardroom. Sometimes they begin in silence and build with trust. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
A sincere thanks to Mr. Bose and the entire team at Lloyds Metals and Energy Limited for sharing their expertise with us. Now we welcome any questions from the audience for the speakers of the first session.
It is purely with the Geological Survey of India. So, State Geology and Mining is not working on the lithium deposits of J&K. Yeah, I have visited that area, and it is about 100 kilometers away from Jammu. It is in the Riyasi district, and it is just adjoining the river Chenab, where we have a Salal project, and there we have some local establishment of people living in that village. So that area is being explored by GSI. We can have no.
I have got a question for Jammu Kashmir. आप एक काम करो. You organize a seminar in Jammu or Kashmir. Yes, we have to integrate. हर सेमिनार हो रहा दिल्ली का इस पार नीचे, उधर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी नहीं है. नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए मैं तो हमारे डॉक्टर नैनीवाल को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा वहाँ कुछ करिए. और जहाँ तक जम्मू कश्मीर हो, 1 मीटर वाले जो माइनिंग इंजीनियर बन जाते हैं ना एक्सपर्ट, उनको थोड़ा हम लोग को पढ़ाना पड़ेगा. इफ़ रिक्वायर्ड आप हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में भेज दिए, हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट 7 दिन पढ़ाएंगे. 1 मीटर में कैसे स्लोप बनाओगे, कैसे स्टेबिलिटी करोगे, दैट वी विल टीच देम नाइसली. No, unfortunate, that is fortunate only. Fortunate से unfortunate होता. So my request to you, please in collaboration with IBM and MEI, and conduct a seminar over there. Entire team will go there. 2000 आदमी जाके वहाँ भीड़ करके माइनिंग चलेगा तो 1 मीटर will become 10 meters.
Basically, these are the restrictions imposed by JKE, who give us environment clearance. Not our being a geologist, put our best efforts to explore the deposit, and after granting more than 36 leases, only 5 are operational. You can think what pain we are feeling for that. So, okay, sir. Okay, no.
Okay, and Government of India and Quality Council of India is promoting number of more experts, particularly in Northeast region. In Northeast region, only 3 experts, 3 NABED consultants are there. And J&K also, there are number of schemes and incentives are there. So NABED people will come there, right in your place, and they will help you in promoting the environmental clearance in the mining areas.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. And regarding second point, they have raised that there should be a conference, and we have even allotted the funds by the government of India, Ministry of Mines, but it was decided earlier, but due to this turmoil, it was postponed, and hopefully, we are in future. Yes, sir.
My question is to the officer from Surjagad mine. Just I wanted to know what is the constituent of or proposition of BHQ in your total production that you are making as of now. No, for the production, what you are doing. What you have done, what you have accomplished, how much BHQs you have consumed. You have not utilized any BHQ yet. So what is the grade of the material and what is the ore type that you are producing?
Right now we are doing hematite only, sir. Hematite.
And what is the grade of that ore?
Hematite is 63, sir, 62 to 63. And BHQ we will be doing. BHQ generally what we have from range from 20 to 40, the average grade of BHQ is 35, which we'll be doing from the next year, because beneficiation plant is not there. We have only have a pilot plant where we have stabilized the system for the BHQ, and this commissioning and civil work have started for BHQ plant. So now we are. So that's what I'm saying, sir. If we do 25 million ton of saleable, 15 million will be BHQ processed ore. So 10 million will be hematite.
The next question, I'm Shailendra Kumar. My question is to you. First of all, I am congratulating you on behalf of the whole mining industry that Lloyd is commissioning a mega project of 55 million ton. You are processing BHQ and you have projected. So my question is that technically it is, you have proved that okay, BHQ can be upgraded from 35% to the 60, more than 60% of Fe, and the yield would be 1/3 of the.
Yeah, correct. Around 40%.
33%. So just because you are on the verge of commissioning the project, I think your organization might have prepared the feasibility and all these things. So can you enlighten us about what is your total capital outlay and how it is economically viable in mining and processing? Total cost involved in the BHQ mining and processing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because you know the BHQ is very abrasive.
Correct, sir.
So when you drill the BHQ, because I have got the experience in Belladilla iron ore deposit, it will eat the drill bit and drill rods like anything, and the cost of iron ore mining of hematite and the cost of mining of BHQ, it's a huge difference because it will take a lot of drilling cost and it will increase the blasting as well.
Correct, sir.
So
it was
and the output is 1/3 of the throughput.
So what we thank you for this question, because we were also struggling for this from lot of time, but there are few people sitting who have started this. INR is there, Ram is there, Jivan is there. So we drilled, sir. We drilled in place of 2,000 or 3,000 odd per meter what you get exploration charge. We have taken a challenge and drilled where we have spent 25,000 per meter in BHQ. But we have explored 41,000 meters, 4,100 meters of drilling we have done at a depth of 650 meters. So my whole deposit has been explored on BHQ to the depth of 160 RL from the surface. Yeah, cost was one part, but now we have three things we want to point out. The first thing is it's a free lease, so BHQ is a major reserve in that area because it's an extension of Belladilla, you must know. So 700 odd million, which will be going to 100,000 millions of reserves. And second thing, we are the technology what we are is a permutation combination of three various processes where we are trying to put it. The very good point of this deposit is the alumina itself is nil, almost nil in this deposit. So when we beneficiate, the final product will have, though will have a Fe more than 65, but alumina plus silica will be less than 2, which make it premium product in the market, which will fetch you $60 around extra. So that $60 itself give us a edge on production front. That is second part. And now once we are grinding it, we are shifting that material for pellet or blast furnace through pipeline also. That is again a 60 rupees expenditure additional. So my total ROI is getting set on that norms. Yeah. So that 3 points we have taken care. Yes, it's tough in this current scenario, but we have no other way. We have to do it. Somebody has to do. We have done it. Thank you.
Myself is S.P. Goyal. I am asking Mr. Atul Bryce. Is there any mine working of graphite in Rajasthan which is merged in Bajaj Mahi Dam Sagar? See, a very good graphite mine was there, worked by RSMDC Limited, and it was merged in Bajaj Mahi Dam Sagar. What was the resources we have lost, and is there any chance to revive that mine?
So, sir, currently I don't have a knowledge about it. Sorry. Yeah, but sure, I'll discuss it with you.
Working till 1985.
Okay, sir. I'll read about it and we'll discuss later on. Thank you.
Hello.
To conclude this session, may I request Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Shri M.K. Reddy to please give their valuable closing remarks.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thanks to the presenters. I have only few things I want to say from my heart. Like, we have Mining Industry Association. Everybody was speaking about that this solution I required, that solution I required. But I have not understood who will find out this solution and when we'll find out. So we as a forum, we must identify which are the problems we have. Let brainstorm those problems. Let understand the problems and let represent the right bodies such that we can leverage the bodies. For example, we are saying about the GDP growth was only 1.84%. Why do I not take an internal target of the GDP growth of mining industry of 7% or 8%, or why not be benchmarked with the Australia? So there must be, in a benchmarking must happen. So that is the one takeaway I have taken in place of just saying I'm only 1.84. And there was some data which was showing from the 2018 onwards. If you look into it, the 2018 to 20 we grown up, but from 20 to 25 there is so much of a stagnant. Please look into a CAGR instead of looking into the growth. If you put a CAGR across it, then we know exactly how we are growing, how the mining industry is contributing to this thing. And some of the points we discussed about the mica, which is our critical element, all those things. But one of the sad things in that presentation is Tamil Nadu has a no mica mine has gone into auction. What differently we have done to make the Tamil Nadu government or somebody else to make this mica as one of the things. And on processing, we said China has more of the processing of mica. Why we are not really looking into it, giving incentives for the mica processing or bringing the technology into this thing, like how we are doing for the iPhones PLI. We have put the word of PLI, but we are not put into the incentives of the processing. So these things I want to say the forum, and I urge the Mining Engineers Association to leverage the body and to bring the solution on the table. Thank you.
Well, there are four major presentations and the corporate presentation by Lloyd. Lloyd has done very good work by integrating the people into the development, and the results are there. And you know, the solutions which you are seeking, Lloyd has given a number of solutions which are demonstrable. You know, how nicely they have transferred the mining into the real green mining
by sitting in the EACs and number of forums, Government of India Vision 2047 is another solution for all of us. And as our Chief Controller in the morning very clearly defined the mining scenario, how it is going to be happening. And then, world forums, mining will be altogether in a different way. And we do not want people in the mining. It will be, manless mining. Wherever you go, Industry 4.0, people have started moving to even Industry 6.0. And we are just, gradually getting into that. And then, already driverless things are there. 300 tonners are there. And number of things have come. Electrical equipments are already being operated, as Lloyd had told, NTPC, and number of, other people are there. And I think while we were there in the EAC, so there we have been, advocating our team, we prepare the first model TUR for the mining projects. And then, we say that, it's very easy to, preach the people. So why not to work with them? So we did that, and that's Jammu and Kashmir and number of other places. See, have you heard Mr. Nitin Gadkari? He says that infrastructure, I'm always there to provide you everything. You bring forest and environment clearances. Okay? And Honorable Supreme Court, you already know, our laws are very clear. We need prior environmental clearance as per the EIA notification 2006 issued under EPA, Environmental Protection Act 1986. Okay? So they say all the things have been done wrong. So you cannot pay the money, and our environmental laws have been amended very recently. So again, the Government of India, the challenge is under ease of doing business, how to make the thing smooth, and compliance should also be done. And it is being done, and I think we have progressed a lot. And if you see, number of things have happened. The Prime Minister, एक माह पेड़ के नाम, पता कितने पेड़ लगे हैं? 150 करोड़ पेड़ लग गए हैं, और हमें 800 करोड़ चाहिए. तो काफ़ी हम लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं. We have been doing good, and I think we'll move forward. And I'm very happy by very nice presentations we have, and I think a number of more presentations to follow. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's time to honor our speakers. I request Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Shri M.K. Reddy to please felicitate the speakers as a token of our appreciation. I'd like to invite speakers of the first session on stage, please. Can we have Mr. Atul Bryce on stage? I also invite Dr. Rajkumar, Mr. Anirban Das, and Mr. Rupendra Singh to please join us on stage. I also invite on stage Mr. Subhashish Bose. Let's give a warm round of applause for all our speakers. Thank you so much. We would now like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Shri M.K. Reddy for their exceptional support and presence. May I request Dr. Y.G. Kale to present a memento to Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Shri M.K. Reddy. Let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Gurdeep Singh and Shri M.K. Reddy. Thank you, sir. It's now time for lunch. Kindly make your way to the dining area on my right and we will meet again in 45 minutes. Before we disperse, I would like to invite each one of you for dinner today at 7:30 p.m. with your family. We would love to have you and your family with us. Thank you.
the well-orchestrated open-cast mining operation nature for its bountiful, sustainable and conserving it.
May I have your attention, please? May I request all our guests to kindly come back to the hall? We are going to begin shortly. I request everyone to please return to the hall. We are going to begin with the next session. It's time to begin with the next session on legislative aspects of mineral industry. I would once again request everyone to please return to the hall. We wouldn't want you to miss a moment. Now we are shifting our focus to a pillar that underpins all progress: the legislative and regulatory framework of mining in India. From landmark Supreme Court judgments to emerging regulatory framework, this session explores the evolving legal scaffolding that governs the sector. The session will be chaired by Shri B.L. Gujjar, Controller of Mines, Indian Bureau of Mines, and Shri Shubhashish Bose, Vice President, Mining Operations, Lloyds Metal and Energy Limited. May I please request Shri B.L. Gujjar and Shri Shubhashish Bose to kindly take their seats on the dais. I request everyone to please settle down. May I please invite our speaker, Mr. Pavan Kumar Kant Reddy?
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, respected organizers, and other participants. I'm thanking to the organizers for giving this opportunity. My name is Pavan Kumar Kantreddy, and I'm honored to be here today to present my paper on major legal reforms in India's mining and mineral sector. Our paper was a collaborative effort between three of us, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Mr. Pavan Kumar, and Ms. Neha Chodankar. Unfortunately, our lead author, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, is not able to present today because of his international business engagement. I humbly acknowledge that my knowledge is evolving. However, I will do my best to present my paper. Key highlights: general overview, National Mineral Policy 2008 and 2019, legal framework pre-2015. Because we have chosen 2015, the major shift was happened in 2015 due to the amendment. Legal framework post 2015, sectoral impact, suggestions. General overview. Minerals were classified into basically two categories, fuel and non-fuel. In non-fuel, they were broadly classified into metallic, non-metallic, minor minerals, and atomic minerals. In 2023, there was another category was created, that was critical and strategic minerals. Some atomic minerals were reclassified and added into the critical strategic minerals. Beside the classification chart, there was a donut chart showing 2023 mineral value production. In that, major contribution was from notified minerals such as iron ore, limestone, bauxite, and manganese. In that, 79% contribution was from iron ore. National Mineral Policy 2008. The first National Mineral Policy was 1993. It was aimed to encourage private investment and modern technology. During the review meeting of 10th Five-Year Commission, it was observed that the progress was slow due to two main reasons: delays in approving applications and lack of proper infrastructure mining areas. Accordingly, Government of India Planning Commission was constituted a committee and constituted a high-level committee under the Inaugural Huda to review the National Mineral Policy 2008. These are the key highlights. Below are the key highlights of National Mineral Policy 2008. Transparency in allocation of mineral concession, preference to a value addition industry, development of mining tenement registry, zero waste mining, framework of sustainable development, employment and territory sector spin-offs, fair share of the mineral value to the National Mineral Policy 2008. Pursuant to the directions, the Ministry of Mines constituted a committee under the Dr. K. Rajeshwar Rao to review the National Mineral Policy 2008. The below are the key highlights of the 2019 National Mineral Policy. Introduction of right of first refusal, encouraging the private sector to take up exploration, auctioning in virgin areas, encouragement of merger and acquisition of mining entities, transfer of mining leases, rationalization of reserved areas not used by public sector to put these areas into auction. Legal framework pre-2015. Pre-2015, the legal framework, the mines are operated on MMDR Act 1957 and Mines Act 1952. The Mines Act 1952 regularized the labor and safety in mines, and MMDR 1957 was to regularize the development of mines and minerals. Next, grant and renewal of leases. The MMDR 2015 was mainly amended on the validity of the lease area. The first initial grant was Section 8.1 up to 30 years with prior approval from central government under Section 5.1. First renewal up to 20 years, and second and subsequent renewals permitted on the interest of the mineral development by the state government. royalty 2009. Before 2009, the royalty was mainly on per ton basis. Example, below 62 FE fines and lumps, the royalty was 8 rupees for fines and 11 rupees for lumps. After 2009, it was to an ad valorem basis on 10% of ASP. Later on in 2014, it was changed to 15% on ASP. Now the central government is in his opinion to set up a one nation, one ASP concept by deriving from CFR, threshold limit value. The TLV was lowered from 55 to 45 for hematite in 2009 and siliceous ore for 35. Legal framework post 2015. Why? The mining sector had the reason for 2015 amendment was numerous litigations and Supreme Court judgments and simplify the procedure of grant of mineral concession and attracting private investments and the latest technology. Key highlights of MMDR 2015. To remove the discretion in grant of mineral concession, brought mineral auction is the sole method, kept mining lease validity for 50 years, and sunset clause for ongoing leases. For captive mines, it was 31st March 2030, or for other than captive mines, it was 31st March 2020. Safeguarding interest of introducing DMF for districts affected by mining. For auction mines, it was 30% of, for non-auction mines, it was 30% on royalty, and auction mines, it was 10% on royalty. Encouraging elimination, exploration and investment by formation of National Mineral Exploration Trust. By this amendment, first time the transfer of mineral concession for auction mines was permitted. By this amendment, the prior approval from the central government was removed for ease of grant of mineral concessions. MDR Amendment Act 2021. This amendment was happened due to fully harness the potential of the mineral sector, to increase employment and investment in the mining sector, to enhance revenue to the states, and to operationalize to increase the production and to maintain continuity in mining operation. This amendment was happened due to there were so many leases were expired in 2020. To continue their production, there was an Section 8B was amended. It is for vesting of statutory clearances. The permissions which are valid for a success with erstwhile leaseholder to transfer from erstwhile leaseholder to new successful bidder. MMDR Amendment Act 2023. This amendment was mainly focused on critical minerals to strategically play in global level to achieve the net zero goals by 2070. Key highlights of this amendment. Auction for exploration license for the minerals specified in 7th schedule. The exploration agency shall be entitled to a share in the auction premium payable by the mining leaseholder. This was the first time the central government has conducted a downward auction for grant of exploration lease. Amendment to the first schedule. 6 minerals were listed from Part B of atomic minerals to Part D of Schedule 1 critical minerals to explore its production and exploration for private sectors. Empowered central government to exclusively auction mining lease and composite lease for critical minerals for early production. Post 2015 auction, there were 517 blocks were auctioned. In that, 140 blocks are iron ore blocks are there. Among 140, 60 deeds were executed and 40 blocks are in operation. Production of iron ore in 2015 it was 156 MTPA, but national steel policy was aimed to achieve the production of iron ore 437 million tons per annum in 2030, and production of steel to 300 million tons per annum. By seeing the above table, with 40 blocks in operation, we have already achieved 50% of the production. If the remaining blocks will operational, then the production will be reached to 2030 will reach by 2027 only. Operational bottlenecks, permissions and approvals, especially related to EC and FC, high regime on mineral tax even after auction, determination of surface right compensation. In 2024, Ministry of Mines has issued an order regarding determination of surface right compensation within 90 days. Dedicated corridors, right of way for various modes of transportation, no incentive for low grade mineral utilization. And on this concept, there was a draft notification is also issued for incentives for low grade mineral utilization. Unsustainable premiums of participation. Suggestions to operationalize the auction blocks were fast track statutory clearance, rationalize taxes and compliances, strengthen infrastructure, operationalize ready to mine concept, transparency via dashboard, align mining with environment, social governance, and local livelihood.
I now invite our next speaker, Mr. Vijay Singh, who will present on analysis and impact of the 9-judge bench judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court in the case of Mineral Area Development Authority versus Steel Authority of India. Thank you.
Vijay Singh. It's okay.
Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to one and all. If a speaker is thrust on the organizers, the best thing to punish a speaker is to give him a session post-lunch. So I hope that's not the case in light of it. All right, since the time is too short, so we're going to discuss about the recent, of course recent is 1 year back, the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court by a 9-judge bench. It's difficult to put across a bench comprising 9 judges, looking at the massive pendency of cases before the Honorable Supreme Court. But somehow, and this judgment is all about interpretation of the MMDR Act and the concession rules. Now, I would say anybody dealing with the mineral laws, whether it is MMDR Act or the concession rules, whether you are in a regulatory function or otherwise, you have to mandatorily know this judgment. Otherwise, I'm afraid your understanding of the mineral laws will be a little short. It has interpreted a lot of things, and it's given clarity to lots and lots of things, because it's none less than by the 9-judge bench. And today, this is the law of the land. Why do I say so? for once, in this judgment, there are two groups, and for a change, the central government was aligned with the mine lease holders. On one side, we had the central government and the mine lease holders, the mining operators. On the other hand, you had the state governments. So it was a tussle between these two groups. So that is, it's very difficult. Generally, we file cases against the union government or the state government, but here, the central government was in line, aligned with the leaseholders. Now, what was the issue in this? What was the issue in this? And this judgment has come after having filed around 80 petitions or appeals. And we have waited for this judgment for a very long time, from 1989, for about 34, 35 years. Only now we have got certain clarity. Now, this is a judgment. This was ruled in the ratio of 8:1. And if you really want to know all about this judgment, you have to read the dissenting note by Justice Mrs. B.V. Nagaratna. You learn a lot. Of course, the majority ruling was authored by the then CJ, Dr. Justice Chandrachud. But otherwise, dissenting note you read, you learn a lot of things. Now, what was the issue in this? Of course, we all are students of WhatsApp University, including me. We all know, okay, royalty is not a tax. That's all we know. We all know royalty is not a tax. But what is the litigation involved in this? In fact, what happens, see, India, we are the world's largest democracy, and we have the longest written constitution in the world. The Britain, the UK, they don't have a written constitution. They go by conventions. They respect the convention. They don't have a written constitution. But we have the longest written constitution, and it has survived for 75 years. And today, virtually, constitution is permanent. It is permanent today. Nobody can alter. Our neighbors, if you take, whether it is Sri Lanka, Nepal, or Pakistan, or Bangladesh, they have rewritten the constitution. They have repealed 5 times, 4 times, 3 times, and they have rewritten. Whereas the Indian constitution is still stood the test of time. Now, what was the litigation here? Since we are a democracy, we are a federal structure. We have central government when we have the state government. That's how the constitution is defined. And there are powers specifically delineated in the constitution. There are specific powers given to the state and the center. And of course, we know of late, different ruling parties. So they are loggerheads. In fact, of late, certain state governments are going before the Honorable Supreme Court that central government मेरे को पैसा नहीं दे रहा है, मेरे को ये benefit नहीं दे रहा है. Today it has reached that stage. So obviously the powers are demarked. They're very, very clear in the constitution. Only thing is it's a matter of interpretation. Now what was the litigation here? Every state wants to increase its revenue. The only way to increase revenue is levy taxes, come up with certain new levies. Now what happened? All the states, majority of the states, they wanted to levy cess on the mineral bearing land, either on the mineral or on the mineral bearing lands. They wanted to levy cess. Now what is this cess? Cess also is a type of tax only. It's an additional tax we call. But it is not like the normal tax we pay. Tax is, we all know it's a compulsory extraction. Whether you like it or not, you have to pay tax. Now cess also is, it's like a chota tax. But cess is for a specific purpose, for a specific duration. It could be road cess, it could be defense cess, whatever, education cess, but generally it should be for a limited period. And once you achieve the objective, ideally the cesses should go. But sometimes we have seen cesses also continue, will also continue. Now what happened? State of Tamil Nadu, they wanted to levy a cess of 45 paise per rupee of land revenue. They had one enactment called Tamil Nadu Panchayat Act 1958. They wanted to levy 45 paisa per rupee of land revenue. They amended somewhere in 1964. They said, in case of a mineral bearing land, land revenue includes royalty also. So that means indirectly they wanted to levy cess on royalty. So India Cements from Tamil Nadu, they took a stand that royalty itself is a tax. So how can you levy cess on royalty? That means tax on tax. Not possible. The matter was litigated from Madras High Court. It reached before the 7-judge bench of the Honorable Supreme Court. There, the Honorable Supreme Court said, royalty is a tax, so obviously you can't have a double taxation, so all cesses, surcharges, everything is gone. All states were living, whether it is Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, all states. So obviously there was a problem. There was a difficulty, so all those cesses collected were actually illegal. They were actually illegal. Then eventually to work around, the central government came up with a Validation Act, 1992. And then they regularized all the old cesses collected. In the meanwhile, State of West Bengal, even they wanted to levy cess from 1/4/1992. They wanted to levy cess again on the coal-bearing lands and other mineral lands. Again, the matter was challenged because by then we already had India Cement judgment, 1989. October 1989, we had the India Cement judgment. So the Honorable Calcutta High Court struck down the levy by State of West Bengal versus Kesoram Industries. Again, the matter reached before the Honorable Supreme Court and it was referred to a 5-judge bench, a constitutional bench. Here what happened, they said no, there was a typographical error in India Cement's case. So royalty is not a tax, royalty actually is a consideration. That is the judgment, and in the Kesoram case, the Honorable Supreme Court said states have power to levy those kind of cesses. So that means there are two conflicting judgments here, one by 7-judge bench and another by the 5-judge bench. Eventually, one matter from Bihar landed before the Honorable Supreme Court. That was way back in 1999. That is nothing but MADA, Mineral Area Development versus SAIL. This matter was before the Honorable Supreme Court, and they saw there are conflicting decisions. That is why it was referred to a 9-judge bench. And we waited from 2011. We were waiting the bench to be constituted and the bench to be heard and all. Finally, last year the judgment has come. Now, the Honorable Supreme Court says yes, royalty is not a tax. Now, the Honorable Court also said, because royalty is not a tax, that is why it is part of Section 9 of the MMDR Act. If it were to be a tax, then it cannot be part of your MMDR Act. Now, why did the Honorable Court say so? They said, all right, let's go to the powers given to the central and the state government. Now, they asked, where is the power for the central government to enact MMDR Act? They said, sir, entry 54, list 1, that's on the screen here. Entry 54, list 1. Now, what is this entry 54, list 1? So, what happens? In the Constitution, we have 12 schedules, and one schedule which is relevant for our discussion is the 7th schedule. If you go to the 7th schedule, there are 3 lists there, list 1, list 2, and list 3. List 1 may, whatever entries are there, only the central government can legislate. List 2, whatever entries are there, only the state. List 3 is concurrent, both can legislate, but there can't be encroachment of each other's area. List 3 will never have taxation entries. If at all taxes to be levied, you have to find that entry in list 1 or list 2. They said, all right, entry 54, list 1s are under this entry, we have promulgated MMDR Act. No problem. If you go to section 2 of the MMDR Act, there is a declaration. Generally, section 2 of the MMDR Act or any act you take, section 2 always talks about definition. You take Mines Act, you take any other taxation law, section 2 only talks about definitions. Whereas here, they have given the declaration that we are exercising powers. Now, why did they do that? Because if you go to entry 23, list 2, it also talks about regulation of mines and mineral development. But it says subject to provisions of list 1. That means state government have got powers. Entry 23, list 2, but it is subject to entry 54 of list 1. That means to the extent central government has enacted, the state cannot enact. Now, some of you may be thinking, we have minor mineral concession rules. Each state has got one own minor mineral concession rules. Maharashtra will have, Tamil Nadu will have, Gujarat will have. You must be thinking that the state governments have come up with the minor mineral concession rules by virtue of entry 23, list 2. No. As I stand and talk today, no state has exercised powers under entry 23, list 2. Now, minor mineral concession rules, where is the power for the state to enact? You go to section 15 of the MMDR Act. There they have given powers to the state government. As far as minor minerals are concerned, aap isko rules banaiye. That is how each state will have its own minor mineral concession rules, but not under entry 23, list 2. Now, we go a little further. These are the bifurcation. Now, what the Honorable Court did was, list 1 mein there are 98 entries. List 2, there are 59 entries, and list 3 has 52 entries. They said, the framers of Constitution, 1949, whenever the Constitution was formed, and 1950 we became a republic, the framers of Constitution, when there were enlisting 98 entries in list 1, there is a specific pattern. Even 59 entries in list 2, there is a specific pattern. What they said was, look at entries. Out of 98 entries in list 1, entry 1 to entry 81, it only talks about legislative entries. There are no taxation entries there. In list 1, after 82 onwards, there will be taxation entries. For example, railways, if you take, that is in entry 22, list 1. Whereas taxes on passengers and goods, terminal taxes, that is entry 89. That means taxation entries are very different from the legislative entries. So MMDR Act is only a legislative entry. There is no part of the central government. There is no entry in list 1 which says you can tax, central government can tax on minerals. Not possible. Then they looked into the other stuff. They said, let's go to entry 49 list 2. I told you already list 2 matlab state ke paas powers hai. This is the exact entry here. If you go to entry 49, it says taxes on lands and buildings. It says lands. It is not singular, it is plural. They argued, some of the lawyers, senior lawyers argued, lands may not include mineral bearing land. But the Honorable Court said, sorry, lands includes mineral bearing lands. So that means entry 49 powers kiske paas hai tax dalne ke liye, it is only for the state government. Center has got no powers at all. They also said, let's look at entry 50. Again, list 2, they said taxes on mineral rights subject to any limitations imposed by Parliament by law relating to mineral development. Now they said entry 49, state can do any tax and the basis can be anything. It can be per ton of mineral, it can be on your sale price. I mean, it is left to the state government. To that extent, they have given the leeway. Whereas entry 50, it says taxes on mineral rights subject to limitations imposed by Parliament. A limitations kahan se aayega? It has to come from MMDR Act. But the Honorable Supreme Court, they looked into entire law and they said, as on today, MMDR Act mein, there are no limitations imposed on the state government. So that means state governments have got power under 2 entries now, 49 and 50. They are empowered. Agar MMDR Act mein, even today, if the Parliament wants, they can restrict, they can curtail the powers of the state government to levy taxes on mineral rights under entry 50. But entry 49, center has got no powers at all. They can't do it. Sir, I need another 5 minutes, I'll close. Now, what is a mineral right? What is a mineral right? They also said, look, an interest in the minerals in the land with or without ownership of surface of the land. That means we are creating 2 titles here. Now, this issue will be in case of a private lands. If it's a government land, there's no problem. If it's a private land, let's say I have 100 acres of land. If I have in my name, I can prove my title. The space, land, vertically above and vertically below has to be mine only. Now the question was, if there is mineral in the land, does it belong to the person owning the land or the surface rights holder, or does it belong to somebody else? Then the Honorable Court said, look, land is always a state subject. MMDR Act does not confer any right, any ownership on the minerals. It is up to the state government. There are a lot of state governments, they have enacted one law. They are saying that agar land mein mineral hai, it belongs to the state government. Like in Maharashtra, you have Maharashtra Land Revenue Code 1966, section 48. It clearly says agar land mein mineral hai, it belongs to the state. Now why this is important? If there is no such enactment in a state, for example, state of Kerala, they had no enactment till recently. I am told now 2021 they have an enactment. If there is no enactment and if it's a private land, then royalty you need not pay to the government. You can pay it to the proprietor of the land. Para 266, it clearly says royalty is paid to the proprietor of the minerals. So this is the distinction I wanted to bring about. Now, another 2 slides, sir, I'm closing. Now, what is the impact of this? I need 5 hours to discuss the judgment, but I don't have time. Now, what is the impact? Because I need to conclude with impact and the recommendation. What's the impact? The moment this judgment has come, Jharkhand, they have already started levying cess. This is under entry 49. Jharkhand, they have started levying cess from October and they also amended in March. Similarly, Tamil Nadu has started levying entry 49. Karnataka is one step ahead. They want to levy under entry 49, also under entry 50. In Karnataka, I don't know if you take 100 rupees per ton, they want to levy. Plus, if it's a non-auction case, they want to levy 3 times of the royalty. If it's a non-auction case, imagine. But of course, this is yet to be notified, not yet notified. It is waiting for the assent of the President. Now, what is the way forward? To conclude, of course, I can't only throw up the issues and the impact. I also have to come up with the solutions. There is a solution today because, again, India we believe on cooperative federalism. I would say, look at the GST model. Now, prior to GST, different states were having different state tax laws. After GST, it's one state, one nation, one state. There are issues in GST that you leave it to professionals like us, will deal. But coming to the rate of tax, it is like you take, for example, iron ore. You produce iron ore in any state, The moment you want to sell, it has to be at 18% only. It can't be anything different. And no state can levy something which is other than 18% as far as iron ore is concerned. Now, why is this working? GST is working beautifully today. The reason is they have amended the constitution. They have introduced Article 279A, and we have something called as the GST Council, wherein the central government has got 1/3 voting power, and all the states have got the remaining 2/3 of the voting power. And generally, we have seen it's always by consensus. All the states, every 2-3 months there's a meeting. No, shortly they're going to have a meeting of the GST Council. So they meet, they discuss, and then the rates, if at all it has to be changed or rates has to be nullified, everything it's decided. Now here also, until unless all the mineral bearing states come together, the central government has to act, they have to amend the constitution, they have to look what are the states where minerals are available, they have to come up something like, mineral bearing land council or MRT council, mineral right tax council, and mutually they have to decide. Others, what will happen, apart from royalty, we also have to see kaun sa state mein kya cess chal raha hai. So obviously what will happen, there will be chaos. There will be chaos and different states and different ruling parties. So you know what will happen now. So this has to happen, otherwise the way it stands today, it is difficult, is what I believe in. So that's all I had from my presentation. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Yeah. Now I want to close this here.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Medha Venkataya, Director, MSPL Limited, and he'll present on Call It Mineral Land.
Good afternoon. With the permission of chair and co-chair, I will present my slogan or proposal, call it as a mineral land. First of all, you should come out from the Ajay Singh presentation, because he's talking of the taxes when mine is operated. I'm only worried how to open the mine. The reason is inordinate delay is happening after the leases in principle granted, but they are not operated because of so many permissions are required, and more so permission from the forest. See, this slide, I just kept it origin of earth, everybody knows it, rock all. In 4 decades back, there was a seminar organized by MMG at Bangalore. 4 decades or maybe more than 4 decades. There one young forest IFS person was asked to speak. The seminar was titled Mining Only. That man started almost shouting at the mining people present there, you people are spoiling my forest. He was actually almost beating his chest. Stop mining. You people will go out of my forest area. He was talking so much, quite young fellow, maybe he's 25 years, but now he might have retired also. But I am still not retiring, at 78, not out. The thing is, then my chairman was also there in that meeting, asked me, why don't you reply to him? Then I stood and said, gentlemen, where is the forest? When the globe was cold, the only rocks or soil is formed. But for soil and oxygen, there is no forest, no vegetation. You came after my rocks, came to the universe. You are a second man. Without my soil, my rock, no vegetation, no forest. So that's what I told you. I'm quite young. 45 years means I'm only 33. And everybody supported me. But poor fellow, young fellow, I don't want to name him, I know him. He has reached the top and he retired now. I met him so many times. I mean, this thing is how to defend ourselves. Now, I'll go ahead. Now, you know, all the raw material are to the industry are from mining only. But today, modern man wants many along with oxygen to live. Oxygen is required, no doubt. Now, at present, mining is accepted endeavor by public and also policymaker. If you see for a few decades back, public also was against the mining. Today, for a period of time, the accepted mining is also required. So now, no more public against mining. Slowly they have adopted mining is necessary for job's sake or whatever the reason. Mining is doing well. And with the help of Indian Bureau of Mines, we are creating more forest, not only in the mine, surrounding area. Whereas the forest people who collect the money, they have not developed any areas, additional areas. This is a fact. And people understood it. People understood. So today, both the public and the policy makers accept the mining. India well endowed with a natural mineral resources. The mining creates a negative impact, no doubt. But regulations are there, and with the cooperation of the mine operators, all the policy regulatory authority, we are doing our best to protect the environment. The mining industry is one of the core indicators of Indian economy. And let us see this slide very critically. Geographic area of India is 328 million hectares. Mining area is 0.07 million hectares, which is a 0.2%. Okay, let us see what is the forest area in the territory. 80.9 million hectares, which amounts to 24.62% of the land is a forest area, which we wanted to make 33%. That is the target to have the forest cover in India. Now, if entire mining area is considered in the forest area, it will be 0.832%, less than 1%. So, we are only talking about the ease of mining in this 0.832% of the area, or 0.2% of the geographic area. Now, if you see the humankind earliest endeavors, agriculture, which occupies 159.7 hectares, which gives the food to us. Second is the mining, which is a 0.67 million hectares, which also gives the requirement not only to agriculture, because agriculture also mechanized now, and all other industries which are necessary for the requirement of mankind and modern man. Why I'm being this one, though we occupy very small area, and easy of mining is not happening. That is my cry. Continue to supply all the basic resources used by modern civilization. Now, at the same time, all of you, we are geoscientists, we shall believe and propagate. Tell every neighbor, not only members of your family, there is nothing in this world which is not made out of the rocks. Is there which is not made of the rocks? Some people say wood, water. In one of the seminar, somebody says, no, water is not made of the rock. Somebody says wood is not made of. I said, no. Even the water is made of rock, because unless there is impervisible rock, the water cannot be stored. Otherwise, water would have been percolated down to the center of the earth. there is a rock which will not penetrate the water and hold the water. So the rock is responsible to the presence of the water, whatever the depth it may be. Now we call first layer, second layer, third layer. And the excess use of water today we are going to face. Because of Bangalore, somebody said, water specialist, groundwater specialist, already second layer of water we have emptying. Now the people are drilling up more than 1,000 feet to touch the water. Those construction people or the household people, 1,000. Earlier, it used to be 100. Now it is 1,000 feet. And tomorrow it may be much more. I mean, there is a water layers which is stored by this rock. So rock also responsible to store the water. For wood, we cannot, the forest. Forest is already told you that forest man, without the soil and the rocks, there is no forest or no vegetation. So everything is made of the rock. So we geoscientists always say that we be proud that we are actually protectors or the scientific mining of these rocks for use of the mankind. India is well on track to emerge as the second largest producer after China. Because in the populated countries, only China and India. Naturally, our requirements is much more than any other country in the world. But our steel consumption in India is 61 kgs compared to the world average, I'm telling you, 201. So there is a scope for development and the mining so that we will reach that requirement around 200 kgs per head so that our modernization or our requirement will met. That's why we are having so many national policies to reach the steel, all other things, but we are nowhere nearer to that one. Indian economy is rapidly growing with enormous focus on infrastructure and construction sector. Several initiatives, mainly affordable housing, expansion of the railway networks, development of domestic shipbuilding industry, opening of defense sector for private participation, and anticipated growth of automobile sector. These are all the things in the list for our future requirement. Now, let us talk about GDP. Generally, people say mining is contributing 1% growth in mining leads to 1.2, 1.4 growth in industry. Then it leads to 0.3 growth in the Indian GDP. But this is maybe direct this one contribution. But you see, what is other sectors which are contributing to GDP, which we always say very great, agriculture. But today agriculture also depends on the mining because it's a mechanized now. Those days gone, the manual agriculture is being done because it's not possible to produce the requirement of this so much population. So the machinery agriculture is there. Again, mining is contributing indirectly. Manufacturing unit. Without mining, there is no manufacturing sector. You name any sector, and there is a background of a mining. Mineral or rocks exploitation is required. Service sector, construction, tourism, transport. Why tourism, you said? All those temples and monuments are made of the rocks only. Those days, the mining was done, the rocks are converted into the different images, and today also tourism is getting the money because of this mining was done earlier and made into the temples or any other things. IT also depends on the mineral and metals because software is different, but hardware comes from where? Again metals, again mining. So all these are contributing indirectly. That means mining not only directly contributing to GDP. If you say all this thing, I may say 90% is because of mining only. Though other sectors are taking the responsibility, we are contributing the more and more GDP. But if you see the background of the mining, related to this, all these, sectors, the mining is indirectly maybe almost 90%, except the man who is also part of the GDP contribution, except the man, all other things, sectors are from the mining. Now let us talk about the forest, because there were four decades back what that young forest person was beating his chest to asking us to get out from the mine forest area. From where this forest came? 1865, first Indian Forest Act passed. It came into effect from 1st May 1865. The act was empowered by the government to declare a land covered with trees as a government forest and to issue rules for conserving them. This was the first attempt of the forest legislation by British in India. During this period, we are not there. At least I am not there. During this period, mining is not considered as important as today. The population was also very less and the requirements are low. Probably the opposition was not there in 1865 like this, because our requirement of mankind was very less. Nobody wants fridge, nobody wants cars, nobody wants anything. But today is not like that. A man cannot live without the vehicles, two-wheeler, four-wheeler. Yes, no doubt. Trees are cut, our soil is disturbed only once. But why so many times I require forest clearance? What, Mr. Reddy? So many times you require forest clearance? I don't know. This is unnecessary act and not progressive step to achieve goals of mining policy. This policy is a very negative policy. Now, of course, this table is maybe old. If you see the action blacks in operation, not even 50% of the mines are operated. The reason is this photo. I used to play with this, my mother, my father in childhood. I never used to reach 100. I had to go on, come back, go on, come back. This is the forest clearance. Now, we lost this assurance of 10A, 10-2B also because we could not get the permissions in a time-bound manner. One of the permissions of the forest also. We are the best example. We lost a lease in some states because the forest government was not ready to give even consider this application, the grant in principle also. I had a very tough time with the forest officer of that state, and I might have used some language also, which she said she will arrest me, but she has not done it. See, this is not a fault of the applicant, but extraordinary delays of departments, mainly forest. There's a great loss to the applicants and unwarranted postponement of speedy exploitation. The law. What all we are crying means, this one side we said we are having national goals for the speedy exploration and reaching the goals, but this is going back. So the issue is before Supreme Court about the 10A, 10AB, what is going to happen, I don't know. See, vision all, mission and all, we talk about our national policies. We want to build 300 million tons the steel, or to increase the per capita to the 160. All this will not happen unless mines are operated immediately after the grant. So whatever the objects are not able to achieve, or we are being delayed achieving the goals, and then what is the remedy? Create mineral land and empower IBM. Other day in Jaipur, I made an interactive session with the Minister of Mines. I also told about some of the points. It is necessary to name the area where mineral is available as a mineral land. No forest permission is required once we have the mineral land. empower IBM to accord necessary permission as a single window. The reason is DGMS IBM departments only can understand the mining with various geological conditions. No other department, including the Director of Mines and Geology. I'm sorry, some of the people may be there. Reason is IAS officer sitting on the heads. So most of the DMG officers, IAS officer is sitting. That man, first of all, try to understand, not to understand, and he will be transferred after 2 years, 3 years. Again, new IAS officer will come. Again, we have to tell them. I mean, these are the issues we are facing. Probably I should add one slogan that all the Department of Mines should have a mining era geologist as head of department, not an IAS officer. So I will make another presentation where the people are suffering. So let us unite and work. I request MEI, Geological Society, MMGA, IA, and similar association to work seriously to get the declaration as a mineral land and to achieve national goals with sustainability. So this is what I made a presentation, brief presentation to the minister. I also made a representation in detail 3 years back to the Prime Minister of India and recently to Mr. Kishan Reddy, Minister of Mines. Let us see if all of you and all associations support this slogan or the proposal, probably one day or other we may achieve this mineral land out of forest land. Thank you so much. I don't think you have any question, otherwise, when chair permits, I may answer.
Thank you, Dr. Venkataya. Next, I call Mrs. Sanjeevani Javadan, Assistant Professor and HOD Geology at Mohta College of Science, Nagpur. She'll present on drone adoption in Indian mining. Thank you. It's not presented.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am Dr. Sanjeevani Javadan from Mathura's Mohta College of Science. I am an academist and not from any industry or research organization. So my study is purely review-based study and not any direct working on. I have not directly working on it. So my review-based study is based on drone adoption in Indian mining, regulatory trends, and global opportunities. This study, review-based study, is based on current landscape, challenges and prospects of drone technology within the Indian mining sector. So, here's a roadmap of what I included in my presentation. So, Indian mining industry has a crucial goal of achieving Vikasit Bharat 2047. Traditional mining methods have played an important role, but we continue to search for more efficiency and safety. So we are excited to explore the potential of drone technology in this sector. Drones can provide greater safety, efficiency, and help us to reach remote areas. So what's also great is that drones can produce more detailed and accurate models, improving operational effectiveness. So this new phase of drone technology is extremely valuable. By increasing efficiency, safety, and better practices, the Indian market will have great chances to expand in its global market. Drone survey in Indian mining. It has an extensive applications in the mining sector. These include overall survey of mines, demarcating lease boundaries using ground control points, monitoring illegal mining activities, volumetric estimation, reclamation and periodical stockpile monitoring, change detection analysis, land use monitoring, contours, creation of contour surveys for regulatory compliance and internal use. So drone technologies offer a transformative solution. Drone technology enhance operational efficiency and ensure safety in different terrains like mine pits, tailing dams and stockpiles. The capacity to produce precise 3D models, get high resolution photos, topographic data, and assess difficult to reach locations has made them indispensable, especially in locations that are often dangerous or inaccessible using traditional methods. So now moving towards current regulatory framework, several key players are involved in governing drone use in Indian mining sector. The Ministry of Civil Aviation provides the overarching guidelines through drone rules of 2021 and unmanned aircraft system documentation of 2022. Indian Bureau of Mines through its SOPs under mining, mineral conservation and development rules outlines specific procedures for drone survey and digital imagery. Key among these regulations is Rule 34A, which mandates drone survey for leases with substantial excavation plans or leased areas, emphasizing the importance of registration and compliance. The DGCA specifies specific requirements such as safety standards, camera specification, and image resolution. Digital Sky platform plays a key role here in simplifying the registration process and ensure compliance. Policy reforms emphasize adaptable regulatory frameworks that balance safety, privacy, innovation, and environmental preservation. Stakeholder participation is the key. So policy making is more credible and effective when all stakeholders, including regulators, business, local communities, and environmental organizations, participate in this policy making process. International Civil Aviation Organization, Unmanned Aircraft System Roadmap, and the European Union Aviation Safety Agency rules are the examples of how coherent standards may help technology work together and be more compatible. So it is important to align with international standards, particularly with International Civil Aviation Organization Roadmap and European Union Aviation Safety Agency rules to ensure coherence and compatibility. The goal here is to drive efficiency and growth in drone adoption through several key initiatives. We are seeing a focus on simplifying drone operations, which creates opportunities for growth. One significant innovation is self-certification. Through the Digital Sky platform, enterprises, research organizations, and government agencies can self-certify, which can speed up the registration and approval process. The government is also investing in pilot programs and regulatory testing zones for autonomous and beyond visual line of sight operations. Initiatives such as geofencing and environmental impact studies are enhancing environmental safety. Moreover, Make in India campaign fosters indigenous manufacturing and technological advancement and helps to train drone operators and regulators. So it's the Digital Sky platform that acts as a cornerstone to drive all these innovations. Legal and ethical considerations. These include data privacy, intellectual property rights, and liability concerns. It's vital to establish clear regulations to protect individual privacy, manage intellectual right, and determine liability in case of accidents. There is a need for comprehensive insurance policies that to cover potential damages and lawsuits. Challenges in drone adoption and regulation. So these challenges which directly influence the directions of future research. So the adoption of drone technology faces several key challenges. There are challenges regarding airspace management. Therefore, more research and innovation on airspace management are necessary. Insufficient infrastructure, may be a huge limiting factor. Thus, more studies are needed to create new and robust infrastructure in a remote location. Complex and hard to follow regulations are creating inefficiencies and barriers to adoption. So future research should concentrate on streamlining these regulations so there is more interoperability between the states and organizations. And as you can see, to ensure the successful and widespread adoption of drone technology, cyber security and data privacy, the future research on these topics are of major importance. Future policy recommendation. For the success of future drone adoption, stakeholder participation is key, as I already said. Input from industry, community and environmental stakeholders is essential for creating adaptive and responsive policies. And a stakeholder-driven approach is required when designing policy. When creating effective policy, mining-specific legislations must be followed that address safety, land rights and environmental regulations, aligning with international civil aviation organizations and ISO standards. When making effective policy, safety is important, so adoption of automated traffic management, the certification of drone operators as well as innovation in areas such as artificial intelligence should be implemented to enhance safety and efficiency. Now, strategy for implementation of stable policy framework in India. To implement a stable policy framework, collaborative work must take place. Regulators, industry leaders, local communities, environmental groups, and security authorities should be involved early and often. By implementing collaborative procedures, all perspectives can be incorporated. Creating pilot projects will allow for safety regulations to be tested in real-world scenarios. For strategies to be effective, there must be a constant assessment of existing practices. Regulators must thoroughly assess existing standards to create effective legislation and policy. Additionally, any emerging technologies should be constantly assessed as technology evolves rapidly. A collaborative ecosystem is essential for responsible drone integration. First, we have regulatory bodies. DGCA, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, is central to overseeing drone operations. They set airworthiness standards, issue licenses and permits, and enforce regulations that ensure safety and compliance within the Indian airspace. Essentially, they shape the regulatory landscape. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change ensure environmental considerations that are integrated into drone operations. They establish guidelines for environmental impact assessment and monitor compliances with regulations, minimizing the ecological footprint of drone activities. State authorities play a key role in enforcing regulations in their respective regions. Next, we have industry participants. Mining firms, through their field operations, provide practical insights into the industry-specific needs. They offer feedback on the usability and effectiveness of drone technology and regulations. Drone manufacturers contribute technological expertise, developing customized drone solutions tailored to the mining sector. They drive innovations in drone design and capabilities and ensure product safety and reliability, adapting their technology to meet the unique standards of the mining sector. Finally, we have supporting organizations. Research institutes conduct research providing insights. Collaboration with local communities is essential to promote awareness, consult. Drone regulation framework for India's mining sector. The regulation of drones in the mining sector of India should be comprehensive and address a variety of issues, initiating a precise definition of operating categories, including nano, micro, small, medium and large drones. Subsequently establish license processes for the mining application associated with each category. Registration, permit, issuance and continuous monitoring for advanced activities such as beyond visual line of sight and night flights can be streamlined by a unified digital gateway that utilizes the digital sky platform. Safety and compliance are essential, involving geofencing, adherence to international standards and regulations, allowing remote identification and geofencing for beyond visual line of sight missions. Enhance institutional structures. This involves the establishment of rule modification committees, incident investigation bodies, and monitoring processes. Establishment of regulatory sandboxes to foster innovation and facilitate testing of new applications within the relaxed framework is necessary. In conclusion, India is optimistic in drone technology to improve mining. Recently implemented legislative amendments and pilot programs show legislative intent, but airspace management, regulatory uniformity, infrastructure challenges and community acceptability need to be addressed. Facilitating drone integration improves safety, efficiency and sustainability. This will be achieved by utilizing global best practices and promoting regulation that are inclusive and adaptable within the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have a corporate presentation from our platinum sponsor, from Sandur Manganese and Iron Ore Limited. I invite Mr. Deepak C. Anil Kumar, Deputy General Manager from Sandur Manganese, to take the stage for their corporate presentation.
इसको क्लोज कर दीजिए. वीडियो
Good afternoon, everyone. So, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So, on behalf of the Sandur Manganese Iron Ores Limited, I would like to thank the organizers, MAI Nagpur chapter, for giving us an opportunity to showcase our social responsibility. So, before, it will be a video-based presentation which I will be playing before you. Before that, I would like to bring to the notice of August Forum is the genesis how this Sandur manganese came into existence. So the very first manganese deposit in the Sandur schist belt was identified in the year 1838 by Captain Newbold. And Sandur was a princely state, and the Maharaja of Sandur granted the mining lease in the year 1904 for the Belgium company under the banner, the General Sandur Manganese Company. So from 1904 to 1953, it was the manganese mining operations were carried out by Belgians, and after the merger of the princely state of Sandur with the government of Mysore, so the Maharaja of Mysore offered the mining lease to Maharaja of Sandur, wherein the operations are being continuing. So at the outset of request of Government of India, the major iron ore bearing areas, so the total lease extent initially was about 29 square miles, so it was about 7,511 hectares. At the outset of the request of the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, our promoters voluntarily surrendered close to about 2,500 hectares of primary iron ore bearing areas for setting up of the National PSU and the present Vijayanagar Steels Limited, mainly for the purpose of employee creation. And currently, now after subsequent surrender of the lease area, we are now having a lease area of about 2,000 hectares from our two mining leases, and currently we are producing about 4.36 million tons of iron ore and 5.8 lakh tons of manganese ore production, and the organization is now driven forward by Shri Bahirji Ajay Gorpade, who is the great grandson of M.Y. Gorpade and a royal prince from the royal family of Sandur. And we have to our credit a lot of welfare schemes, the third generation employees who are working with us, and this year we were bestowed upon as a 7-star rated mine, considering our efforts in the green mining. So on this font, now I would like to just play a small video documentary which showcases about the sustainable practices of Smayor.
The Sandur Manganese and Iron Ores Limited, SMIOR, is one of the integrated and diversified commodity producers in India with a rich heritage and more than 7 decades of experience in systematic, safe, and scientific mining. As per the advice of His Honours, Shri Yashwantrao Ghorpade, former ruler of Sandur, SMIOR was established in the year 1954 by M.Y. Ghorpade. M.Y. Ghorpade steadfastly believed and religiously followed the principle, all that we earned from the soil of Sandur in one form or the other. M.Y. Ghorpade, mandate to the company, has expressed that this mining lease is not anybody's private property, but a sacred social responsibility in which each one of us has to function as a trustee for the toiling workforce, with a vast mining lease area of about 2,000 hectares. The mining lease has distinctive manganese ores deposits. SMIOR is one of the leading manganese ore producers in the country. SMIOR has a well-orchestrated open-cast mining operation with scientific and sustainable approach with due care to the environment. SMIOR believes in thanking nature for its bountiful gifts and conserving it in whatever way possible, be it through afforestation, reclamation, environment protection, or rehabilitation. Till now, expenditure of 38 crore has been incurred towards implementation of supplementary environment management plan to undertake waste dump management, surface water management, and other biological measures. Waste material from the mine is being stacked in a systematic manner separately in the designated overburdened dump site, stabilized through geotextile coir matting, and then various species of plantation is done to prevent soil erosion. Various engineering structures such as toe walls, retaining walls, gully plugs are being built as protective measures. A well-designed drainage system, silt settling tanks, check dams, and rainwater harvesting pits are being maintained. Plantation all along the green belt, safety zone, and avenue plantation are being carried out to contribute to biodiversity. In-house nurseries for generation of samplings, development of rock garden, botanical garden, and nakshatra park. More than 38,000 samplings of herbs, shrubs, and tree variety has been planted in and around the lease area contributing for green mining. SMIOR has reclaimed and rehabilitated area by backfilling, afforestation of mined out areas, converting this into tourist spot under Swachhita campaign. SMIOR's social service has been primarily in the fields of education, healthcare, social and communal harmony, besides effectively contributing towards nurturing local cultural heritage, traditions, and fine art. SMIOR is committed to area development projects in about 22 villages in and around Sandur, land cropping off roads, healthcare, drinking water, and solar power installations, free schooling and transport for children, cement concrete internal roads. SMIOR has also undertaken widening, completing, and timing of another 35 kilometers of very vital ore evacuation and public roads around the mines in association with other mining lease and industries at a cost of around 85 crore for providing better transport facility and mitigation of dust pollution. SMIOR supports 15 education institutions from kindergarten to pre-university and diploma, which benefits more than 6,000 students and provides employment to around 300 teachers. SMIOR runs dispensaries and hospitals in the company's mining camps and plant and a full-fledged hospital, Arogya at Sandur, which has an operation theatre, lab, 20-bed ward and some very modern medical facilities. Smayor supports Sandur Kushla Kala Kendra with nurturing traditional art and craft, which has developed into one of the best handicraft centers of India, employing nearly 500 women and girls from the Lambani tribe community. Smayor has several innovative welfare measures for its employees. 8 LPG cylinders per year at 90% subsidized cost, residential quarters with free electricity and hot water, subsidized ration supply scheme. A food security scheme is Smayor's signature employee welfare program. Every one of its nearly 3,000 employees are every month given a package of essential commodities, the entire package at a cost of just 145 rupees, which corresponds to prices which prevailed in 1972. The current market price of the package is about 3,800 rupees, and the difference of 3,600 rupees per ration card is borne by the company as subsidy. The wealth earned by the company over the decades of his resistance is goodwill, and Smayor's principal aim is to spread happiness. The company has come a long way, but what hasn't changed is the way the company operates even today, with humility, generosity, and kindness at its core.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that engaging presentation on behalf of Sandur Manganese and Iron Ore Limited. We are now opening the floor to questions to the speakers. Please feel free to raise your questions. And due to shortage of timing, we'll take only 3 questions, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. This query I want to ask to Mr. Rajiv Kumar, who has presented about the maybe representative of the Rajiv Kumar. So you mentioned about the national mineral policy. This national mineral policy came because of the Supreme Court order on a common cause from the Orissa. And it is happened in 2019, I think so, because the Supreme Court has given 6 months time. After 2019 to 25, just I want to know what is the progress happened in national mineral policy.
Sir, I will check in.
Then another second query, second thing you asked that one for the, as per an MMDA Act, the government companies, if they pay more duty, they can extend the lease. Why not for the private companies? Any wrong as the private companies has done? Because it is going to kill the competition in the market. So it must be free market. So why not it is extended to the private companies? And if you want to be extended to the private companies, what shall we do differently?
सर अगर प्राइवेट कंपनी को भी देना चाहिए तो हम लोग भी अप्लाई करेगा वो सेंट्रल
क्वेश्चन वो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ रे बाबा वो तुम बताया ना इसलिए तुम्हारा मालूम होगा बोलकर पूछा मैं
सर वो जो अमेंडमेंट है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से हुआ हम लोग प्रपोज नहीं कर रहे ना सर वो
कर लो ना इसलिए क्या करेंगे उसके लिए करने के लिए अब भी अच्छा होगा वो तो राजू तो पहले तो कूदेगा अंदर
रेड्डी सर He is not the right authority to answer this question. Your question is valid. We'll discuss it separately. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got your point. But he is not the right person. You have a right question with the wrong person. So we'll go to any next question, please. Anybody? We'll call it. So thank you for your patience. We know it's tough to have a session after lunch. But seems lunch was very good because whoever came in this session were very energetic, whether it's 78-year-old or whatever he is, the energy was full. So we have to reduce snacks now, otherwise it will be creating problem. So very good perspective. We have a new vision, new way of seeing the things have been given in some of the presentation, especially Dr. Sir's presentation, Madam Venkataya Sir's presentation. And yes, drone, as one of the presentations says, drone is future, but fortunately, unfortunately, it has not been thought extensively in our curriculum. So we should make our curriculum. There are people from institutes, there are people from engineering background who are working. So we should see that how we can put drone as a full-time practical expertise in the curriculum itself, so that they are industry ready when they come in industries. So these are some points, good take-up points from this session. I thank you, MEI, for giving me this opportunity. I leave the forum to Gujjar sir for further proceeding. Thank you.
I congratulate to all the speakers who have given nice presentations regarding Mr. Pawan Kumar on regulatory framework and Mr. Vijay Singh, chartered account on the Supreme Court orders analysis, and Dr. Medha Venkataya on self-defending on mining industries, and Sanjeev Javada assistant this drone technology and the best practices adopted by Sandur manganese and iron ore mines. From all these things, I conclude this in 3 ways. There is a need to have a regulatory changes in the existing system also. Just like we have started the auctioning process, the grant and execution release is very fast, but still certain hurdles are there. The one hurdle is MDPA provision is there, which was intended to be included in the regulatory framework to in 1920 there many leases were going to expire. So there was apprehension there will be a production loss of the minerals for continuity mine. So from that perspective it was included. But now if there is no reserve, suppose reserve in the mines is 5 million ton and MDPA provision is a 2 million ton per annum after 2 years and you get 100%. So this is a very contradictory. So there is a need to have some review on this. Then second, what other says is the captive leases are going to be expired in 2030. So there will be a lot of mining disturbance in the 2030 because all the ecosystem existing with these leases, the township with the schools, hospitals, they are likely to be disturbed. So there should be some provision, or government should think by some additional review, as in line of POC, we should jointly put our this point to the government so that this there no disturbance in the transition of the in 2030. Then from industry point of view, self-control is also required. If you see the 500 auctions is there and people have bidded even 1,000 times, 44,295 in manganese blocks, 200, 400, 500. So it is beyond my thinking whether they have not understood the auction process. Auction is a production sharing. Why they are calculating the price per ton basis? It is a simply production sharing. If let the price be ₹1 per ton. If you are sharing with 100%, means your 100% you are sharing with the government. So how it is economical viable, industry has to think it also. Otherwise, what we will have hundreds auctions, but there will be no operational. The 40 leases which are in operational, more than 50% are existing leases. Only few new leases are in operational. So industry has to also think about this. Why they are bidding so high, it is beyond my imagination. Either they want companies' share value to be increased, or they want to please their bosses. Even I am surprised to note, even Coal India and Oil India, they have bidded near 100%. They are the mining companies and they have bidded near 100%. So how it will be viable, it is a point to things. And then as Dr. Medha Venkataya said, we have to defend ourselves. So mining industry ko we have to defend from all regulatory environments, forest point of view and technical. And with regard to technical challenges, I think it will not be a challenge. Industry will be able to cope up with these challenges with the times. So with this, I conclude my remarks and I thank all the speakers who have contributed their talk in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. To express our thanks to the speakers, I request Shri B.L. Gujjar and Shri Shubhashish Bose to please felicitate our speakers. I call upon stage Mr. Pavan Kumar Kant Reddy. Please give a big hand to all our speakers. I now invite Mr. Vijay Singh. May I now please call upon Dr. Medha Venkataya. I request Mrs. Sanjeevni Javadant to kindly join us on stage. Next, I invite Mr. Deepak C. Anil Kumar. Thank you so much. I would like to express our thanks to Shri B.L. Gujjar and Shri Shubhashish Bose. We take this special moment to honor and felicitate our esteemed chair and co-chair for their exemplary guidance, and to do the honors, I request Dr. Y.G. Kale to kindly felicitate Shri B.L. Gujjar and Shri Shubhashish Bose. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for our chair and co-chair. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now it's time for a short tea break, and I request you to please be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? May I please request you to be back to the hall? We are going to start with our next technical session in 2 minutes. We are now beginning with our next technical session on underground mining. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are all set to start our next technical session. We now commence the session themed underground mining under the able guidance of Shri P. Karaya, Executive Director, MOIL, and Shri Anup Shukla, Senior Manager, Hindustan Copper Limited. May I please request Shri P. Karaya and Shri Anup Shukla to kindly take their seats on the dais. I would request Shri P. Karaya to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly make your way back to the hall, please. Joining us on dais is Shri P. Karaya, Executive Director, MOIL. We are now beginning with our speaker, Dr. M.N. Bagde, who will present on stoping methods for thick and wide ore body.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair, and very good afternoon. I hope we are having very good time.
So I will have a very short presentation. And this is related to designing the stopping methods in the case of thick and white ore body in one of the mine in central India. So this study were carried out with objective and scope. There is a water bearing strata. So we tried to make a prediction of water in one of the area, and then what could be the future mining scope considering this water bearing zone. So our objective was to design safe stopping parameters and accordingly support system required, considering water bearing zone, friable ore body, weak footwall and hanging wall rock mass. And then to plan a design method for stopping and how to extract considering all these parameters. So ultimate aim was to ensure safe stopping environment in south extremity with highest safety consideration. So this was the ore body. So you can see here, this because of plunging of fault, hang wall become a footwall here and footwall become a hang wall here. So thickness was around 17.5 meter, but since it become a flat, so due to flatness, it was around 60 to 90 meter thickness, wide and thick. So around dipping, earlier it was dipping around 45 degree, but after flatness, it was around 20, 25 degree and 30 degree. And strike length was quite 120 meter, and ore reserve was up 3.2 million tons and of very good quality. So this is a pictorial presentation of water bearing strata showing dolomitic cost identified in this area. Few studies were carried out, and you can see this dolomitic cost identified in this zone here also, and this D3 also. And here is the ore body around 136 meter. So you can see around 22 meter barrier was there in between the water zone and the ore body. So how to do extraction, that was the consideration. So from the hydrogeological study, what were the findings? So it was found that during mine development under in situ condition, the mine inflow will be insufficient, and if during blasting and mine operation, the fracture zone, fault zone, and even solution channel might be activated to encounter the predicted flow per day to the tune of around 343 meter cube per day, 1087 meter cube per day, and 7233 meter cube per day respectively. So suppose in case all were activated together simultaneously, the peak flow will be around 8,660 with 4,235 meter cube per day as stabilized flow. So our final recommendation was mine management should have a pumping facility of around 10,000 cubic meter per day to take out the water. So rock mass conditions in ore, you can see, even you can see the hanging bolts, I mean there were failures. So fail zone and suspended bolts you can see by the naked eye in friable ore. So RMR range was around 19 to 29, so it's a poor rock mass. Here in hang wall and footwall you can see chalk was installed and hang wall exposure in pinkness. So RMR range was around 25 to 35 and rock mass was of very poor condition. So average stand-up time was around 10 hours for 2.5 meter span. We cannot go more than 2.5 meter span. Also any opening should not be more than 2.5 meter. And standing time was around 10 hours only. So after behind 10 hours or before 10 hours, we must install the support after its exposure. Here you can see sheared rock formation, nearby footwall exposure, and chalks erected just behind fail zone in footwall crust, mica schist, flaky and layered zone. RMR range was around 19 to 29. So these were some laboratory testing of hanging wall and footwall rock. One can see how quartzitic schist was having 20 megapascal compressive strength. This is uniaxial compressive strength from the intertruck. The intertruck was obtained from the borehole cores. And dolomitic schist was around 28 megapascal and quartz schist was around 56. So from here, quartzitic mica schist were having low uniaxial compressive strength at 20 megapascal. And if you consider all together, so average for rock mass, considering ore and hang wall, footwall rocks, it will be around 35. So we have designed room and pillar design with post pillar and wall pillars. So different approaches were considered. So I will not go much in details, but those people are designing underground metal mines, rock mass students, even though maybe seniors. So they may be knowing about Lobster's approach, Chevrolet's approach. Chevrolet sir is from our organization only and well-known personality in rock mechanics. Then a very well-known theory is designing in coal pillars tributary area method. And then considering vertical stress, how much overlying strata is there, that is well known to everyone. And then considering total stress, other stresses also like water and all those things. So what will be the shape pillar size? So though it was a metal mine, considering the depth, we have considered the coal mine regulation, how much it will be the pillar size. So according to particular this depth in coal mines regulation, it will come around 22 meter, that is around 19.5 meter solid pillar. And we have also determined from Lobster's approach it is 22 meter, so it was almost matching with that. Then again we have used Obert and Duval and Hook and Brown also. So from all these approaches, what we tried to do is, we got the result out of all those things, and then we tried to design the design parameters for post and pillar with wall pillar and in situ pillars left out. So here we can see we have designed around 6 meter reef pillar and 5 meter post pillar. It was seems to be good. So support requirement from RMR, Barton's Q and then Portman stability graph. Again we have used different approaches, and we can see here what is the support requirement, what is the cable bolt requirement using RMR approach, Q approach, and then Portman stability graph. So Portman stability graph mostly used in metal mines, open stope minings, but we try to in cut and fill mining. It's or man-entry mining, but when we go to open stopes, it's a non-entry mine. So then we have to give some corrections or give thinking about safety and all. So from Portman stability graph, it was around 1.5 meter long bolt at 1.6 meter, and cable bolt was around coming 10 meter long and at the rate of some 1.6 meter spacing also. So this is a stability graph method for twins. So you have a Q modified and then hydraulic radius. So here you can see this modified Q is coming around 0.6. So when stope height was 30 meter and stope length was 30 meter, so when stope width is around 17.5 meter, so HR was 5, so it was coming under stable zone. Means your pillar size will remain stable, conditions will stable, mine environment will remain stable. Even in the case of stope width, it is 20 meter, again it will show in stable zone because HR is coming around 6 or so. But once your stope width will increase 75 meter or 20 meter, it is going to in caving zone. So we carried out a few numerical modeling studies using phase 2 rock science software. So to design and rip and post pillar and even sequence, so I will show some results. So this is stope 1 extracted and backfill with sand fill. So what we try to study, we have opened the second stope and we try to study what is happening in this pillar, 5 meter pillar or 6 meter pillar left out, and this is a sand filled in. So you can see this is the horizontal stresses developed in rib pillar here are minimal and thus found to be stable. A backfill column found to stand up on its own since stresses developed are minimal here. So again, backfill designing concept itself is it will stand on its own. That is the concept we design the backfill material. This is for vertical stresses developed in rib pillar. Here you can see some changes are there, are at higher side in case of low sand fill properties and still found to be stable. The safety factor is quite good, around 1.5 meter, 1.5 or so. So backfill column found to stand on its own since stresses developed are minimal here. So for 5 meter rib pillar and 6 meter wall pillar, there was no problem at all. So ultimately, considering all these studies, so recommended safe stopping parameter and support requirement were room and pillar mining with post pillar. Working height and width we have to restrict because of all considerations. 2.5 meter, all constants I have discussed earlier, while existing were 3 meter. Stope length and height should be restricted to 30 meter, and stope width around 17.5 to 20 meter, means you can say 20 meter. So when HR, the hydraulic grade is XC6, working is unstable and failure found inevitable. So stope width should not be more than 20 meter, should not increase more than 20 meter. So rib pillar width was 6 meter, post pillar width was 5 meter. Ball pillar was 5 meter. So even judicially, while before filling, we can extend up to 2 meter and we can leave 3 meter after splitting. That was the suggestion. Suppose system recommended was 12 meter long cable bolt at 1.6 meter along with roof bolts of 1.5 meter long in between to eliminate square sets. And considering all conditions, prop, chalk, square set as and when required to support the unstable zone if any. And other parameters as per pooling existing practices exist in the mine. So this was the sequence of extraction. Since it's a wide and thick ore body, we tried to simulate using this phase 2 software, and we have divided into 4 sub-panels, P1, P2, P3, P4, and we have simulated the extraction sequence in the phase 2. So what we did, what we have suggested ultimately, so extract P1 up to 25%, then backfill. Once this is done, go to the P2, right? So ultimate extraction sequence will be when P1 is extracted completely and backfilled. By this time, 75%, but here 75% is working will be done and filled, 50% in P3 and backfilled completely, and 25% in P4. This is sub-panel. So then this will remain stable. We have tried different combinations and this was found to be suitable. So this is the sequence of extraction based on this numerical modeling study. Start extraction with P1. Start P2 extraction when 25% extraction and backfill in P1, sub-panel P1. Start P3 extraction when 50% in P1 completed and backfill, and 25% in P2 extracted and backfill completely. And only start P4 extraction when 75% in P1 is completed and backfilled also, 50% in P2 and backfilled also, and 25% in P3 extracted and backfilled completely. So when P2 extracted and backfilled completely, by this time 75% in P2, 50% in P3, and 25% in P4 will be extracted completely and backfilled completely. So likewise sequence of extraction and backfill should follow. So final remarks, concluding remarks. The wide and thick ore body in this particular mine associated with complex geological structure and presence of water aquifers was daunting challenge for mining. The ore was of high grade at 45 to 50% manganese, and estimated ore reserve was at 2.5 million tons. So based on the detailed rock mining studies and application of numerous empirical and numerical approaches, room and pillar with post-pillar mining method was planned. Then means long back. But I think this is just one of the variant of content fill. So mining was planned accordingly only, taking some consideration from these planned methods. So it is expected that proposed mining method will provide invaluable data for future wide ore body mining. It is expected that percentage of final ore recovery in normal cases will be at around 60 to 65%, or even it can go to 70%. So final remarks continuing. The success of planned method will depend upon proper planning, execution with strict compliance of recommended stoping parameters, operation and extraction sequence. Installation of proper support system and its efficacy to ensure load bearing capacity due to developed mining industries during stoping operation. The efficacy of the support system will also depend upon the proper grouting cement to water ratio and bolt and rock mass interaction etc. And proper backfilling of the voids created. Application of safe blasting practices to minimize blast-induced damage to surrounding rock mass within the excavation system. And then ultimately and necessarily proper instrumentation and monitoring during the execution. So these are the acknowledgements. Thanks to Moil Limited, Sushti Seva who carried the hydrogeological study, and Director Sija Simper for permitting to present this paper and organize of the MEI seminar. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Rohan Jolly Abraham to please present on comparative analysis of overhand versus underhand stoping sequence with cemented paste fill.
So hello everyone, myself Rohan Joli Abraham. I am from Simfa Nagpur and I am here to present my paper on comparative analysis of overhand versus underhand stoping sequence with cemented paste fill. So as you all might know, in India most of the mines are following the overhand stoping sequence. So here as you can see in the overhand stoping sequence, which is also known as bottom-up sequence, here you can see the mines generally mine the lower section and then they backfill it, then they proceed to the upper levels. So in this way, the process of the overhand stoping sequence is this. But as we go deeper, the issue is the in situ stress. As we go deeper, the in situ stress increases. So, and especially in the weaker rock masses, the overhand stoping sequence is not that much feasible because it could lead to stope failure or the roof failure as well. So in such scenarios, underhand stoping sequence is a much better alternative with cemented paste fill. So here our study's main focus is basically comparative performance of the overhand sequence with the underhand sequence with cement fill using numerical modeling. And the numerical analysis is done using FLAC 3D. A short site overview. Basically we considered a mine in the northern part of India. It is a lead zinc mine of strike length of average of 1.7 kilometers. And the RMR is roughly 45 to 60 meter. And here the paste fill, basically the backfill is composed of the paste fill of around 8% OPC with mine tailings and water. And with this, the mine was able to obtain a UCS of 1 to 1.5 MPa after 28 days of curing. So these are the rock properties and the paste fill properties which we had incorporated in our numerical modeling. And we used a 2D grid for both the stoping methods. And in the modeling, we simulated a stope with a width of almost 20 meter and a height of 25 meter. And we simulated it at the depth of roughly 700 meters below surface. And to analyze the overall rock mass behavior, we did this modeling using Moore Coulomb elastoplastic model. Here you can see these were the two grids which we used. So this is the overhand simulation grid. As you can see here we have two levels with a crown in middle, and in underhand stoping grid you can see there are only two levels, because as I have shown in the earlier image, you can see in underhand stoping sequence we go from top to bottom. So in this way we can also extract the crown pillar in this situation. So due to that, you can see in the simulation as well I haven't added any crown pillar. So this was the result of the numerical simulation which we did. On the left, you can see this is the result of an overhand mining. So the stress profile, in the stress profile you can see the stress is highly on the roof of the underhand mined out stope. While in case of underhand, you can see it is quite stable. It is quite uniform because paste fill is a very soft material. It doesn't hold that much stress. So the stress value is quite low in the underhand mining, in the paste fill roof, basically the roof of the underhand, which is paste fill. So this is the result of the overhand mining in the numerical simulation. In the first stage, before mining the final level below the crown, you can see the yielding is almost 7 meters. But after extracting this portion, this stope, you can see complete crown is showing the yielding, basically the failure, and it reached to almost 20 meters. Basically the complete crown is showing the failure in overhand sequence. But as you can see in underhand sequence, the yielding is very low. It is hardly 5 meter. Compared to overhand mining, you can see it is almost 20 meter. So it shows that underhand mining is much better compared to overhand mining. This data is basically from a mine site. Basically, we got the data from the mine site, and we did the simulation from the mine data. And as you can see, this is the stoped out. Below, this is the backfill, basically the old stope, and below that we did another extraction, and as you can see the roof is very stable. Here the yielding is hardly of 4 meters. So it shows that based on the real life, the real data, we can prove that underhand stoping is quite successful in real life scenarios. And this is basically a CMS. CMS is basically a cavity monitoring system. So we compared our numerical results with the CMS. CMS basically, it's an instrument. It can basically, with the laser scanning, it can map out a mine.stope. So we can basically compare it with our numerical simulations. So it is showing pretty much, it is matching with our expected results. And as you can see, the roof is very stable. It is not showing much yielding here. So it shows that in underhand sequence, the roof is quite stable. And in conclusion, I would say that based on the results, you can see that underhand mining is much better than overhand mining. Especially as we go deeper in higher ranges or in above depths, low depths, shallow depths, basically we can consider overhand. But as we go deeper, and in case of weak rock masses, underhand using paste fill, which would be a much better option. And during this underhand sequence, it reduces the chances of rock burst or collapse of a roof. And since we are also in underhand, we are also extracting the crown. So basically the overall ore recovery is much better. And based on the results from the mine we have compared, during overhand mining, the mine achieved around 80% of ore recovery percentage. But with underhand mining, they reached till 90% of ore recovery. And yeah, basically the practical outcome is with underhand mining, it will improve the overall safety as well as the ore recovery for the mine. But there is one drawback, which is the cost. Basically, if you want a very high strength paste fill, it will lead to very high capital as well as the operating expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. For our next presentation, we have two speakers. I invite Ms. Akanksha Sunil Borkar and Ms. Saloni Bhise to please present on evaluation of stability of crown pillar during transition from open pit to underground mining.
यही है ना?
हाँ यही। So very good evening to all. Myself Akanksha Sunil Borkar, and I am from CSIR Simfer Nagpur. And today with Saloni Bhise, my co-worker, I am here to present a case study which is evaluation of stability of crown pillar during transition from open pit to underground mining. So as the shallow mineral reserves in India are getting progressively depleted, the transition from open pit to underground mining is becoming necessary to access the deeper ore bodies. So this transition basically requires the stability of crown pillar to extract it efficiently and also maintaining the structural integrity. So crown pillar is basically the rock mass situated between the base of the open pit mine and also the roof of the underlying excavation. So the stability of this crown pillar is very important to ensure the safety of both surface and the subsurface mining. So it also prevents the hazards like subsurface subsidence, water inflow, and thereby causing the ore dilution and also the collapse of underground structures. So this study provides the valuable insights to assess the crown pillar thickness and for the efficient mine planning. So our study area was a chromite mine with ore bodies striking northwest and southwest, with eastward dipping, and it is hosted in ultramafic rock, primarily composed of serpentinized peridotite and dunite. So there are two major chromite bands in this area, which are actively mined by open pit methods, and further processes are being developed to extract the subsurface ore bodies. So here the blast hole stoping method is being adopted. So this is the cross-sectional view where open pit zone extends from 150 to -2 MRL, with below which the friable and weathered rock is present up to -200 MRL, and below this the competent rock is competent and consolidated rock is present. So this is the area below -275. It is the area of our focus, which is to extract the ore body, for which the optimum stope thickness will be assessed. Now numerical simulation modeling was done using the FLAG 3D software, where we generated the two-dimensional grid. As here you can see, this blue geometry is the ore body of chromite, and this yellow color is the estimated major stope which will be extracted, and green color shows the trial stope. Below, between these two, there will be a crown pillar for which we have to estimate the thickness. So to simulate this, we have removed the open pit zone from this grid, which is to establish the equilibrium condition, and after that we we have updated the constitutive model from elastic to elastoplastic behavior, elastoplastic model, which applies the Mohr-Coulomb parameters. And these are the input parameters that we have used for modeling, which are different for each geological units. So after throughout this simulation, we have monitored the critical outputs such as induced stresses, then yielding of the area, which are failure state of the zones, and displacement patterns. After this modeling, before initiating the underground stoping, we have considered the conceptual stopes, which is represented with this yellow color, which is situated 60 meters below the friable rock's bottom. So after analysis of this, it is revealed that yielding above this conceptual stope at -275 MRL is minimal, and the stress is confined to only like about 10 meters. So this suggests that the overlying layers are stable enough to sustain the ore burden, and without it doesn't cause any subsurface, or it doesn't trigger any surface subsidence. So this condition is considered good for further analysis for our actual stoping. And from here, Saloni will be discussing further results. Thank you.
Now, as we have seen that the surface crown stability or the conceptual stoping shows much stability, and now here on the regular stoping operations, we can go further. These are the numerical simulations we have done for the various crown pillar thicknesses. Actually, this is my trial stope 1, and this is the major stope of excavation. The trial stope is excavated and backfilled, and between this trial and the major stope, we have left a sill pillar of various thicknesses to find out the optimal thickness. Various thicknesses studied here are for 15 meters, 20 meters, 25, 30 meters, and 35. 15 meters and 20 meters of crown shows complete yielding, or I would say more plastic or the failure zones. And as the thickness increases from 25, 30, and 35, the failure zones are reduced to a much extent. Also, the yielding percentage is calculated on the basis of this numerical simulations and are depicted over here, for which 15 and 20 shows higher yielding percentage, and for 25 and 30 we can show the much lower yielding percentages. This plot shows the horizontal distribution of stresses, for which the 15 meters and 20 meters shows how the stresses are distributed, and for 25, 30, and 35 meters we can see There is much concentration of stresses in the crown over here. The blue area indicates the high yielding over there. But as the graph suggests, plotted against the crown pillar thickness and induced stresses, major stresses and minor stress, 15 meters, 20 meters show gradual increase, and at this, that is the 25-meter thickness, shows a peak in it. And as crown height increases, the stresses are reduced to much lower level. Based on these stresses, assessment of factor of safety is also done, which is a critical design criterion to ensure the structural stability of any structure. By the Mohr-Coulomb theory, this is the formula used, where sigma 1 and sigma 3 are our major and minor stresses. Along with that, we have the cohesion and friction for the Mohr-Coulomb parameters. From this, horizontal stresses distribution values of major and minor stresses incorporated over here. The values found for FOS are plotted in the crown pillar, and we have found that as crown pillar thickness is increased, the FOS values for 25 meters crown pillar is greater than 1, suggesting it as in stable condition, and for 15 meters crown pillar, the FOS value is less than 1, suggesting it as an unstable condition. From all these inferences we have gathered, we can conclude that numerical modeling suggests a reliable tool for our crown pillar stability analysis. Shear failure was a dominant one, where the stresses were more concentrated along the side walls and the roof. 25 meters thickness can be considered as an optimal one for from the numerical simulations. Also, the induced stresses that we have calculated, the major and minor one, suggested that from 25 meters and so on, the stresses can be so on decreased. Also, the FOS value suggested that greater than 1 for 25 meters thickness is a stable condition for the underground excavations. These are the references used for our studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have the last presentation of the day. And for that, I would invite Mr. B. Suresh Nayak to please present on operational and environmental achievements of paste fill plant at Hindustan Copper Limited.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, all. Myself, Suresh Nayak. I'm from Hindustan Copper Limited. I'm a metallurgist by discipline. I am very glad to be a part of this MEAI Nagpur chapter, which is theming present scenario and a future perspective of mining. I'm very happy to be a part of this paste fill plant operation team, because my discipline is changed from my metallurgy to paste filling, and I feel very interesting to be a part of this. So here I'm here to share my paper. Along with me, both the bosses were also given their efforts to be a part of this paper. So I'm going to share this. I'm going to share my paper in 4 parts. The part 1 consists of introduction. I'll tell you why we adopted paste fill system at our Hindustan Copper Limited Malanchkand Copper project, and then I'll give you the paste fill technical overview. So what is the recipe we are using, what is the factor for making the recipe of paste, and then after I'll give the process overview, how we are taking the tailings and all, and how we are pumping back to the stope level. And then last, I will show you the figures of achievement that we have achieved in our stabilization period of our plant. Okay. So as far as the introduction is concerned, we have a transition from open cast mine to underground into the 2019. During that time, our management took a drastic, very good decision for using our beneficiation plant waste to use all the waste to fill the stove. So that was a very good decision in terms of environmental view. And as far as the stability is concerned, our tailing has very good behavior showing the strength of the stove. So last year on 31st July 2024, we commissioned paste fill plant at Malanskan Copper Project. I would say the paste fill system for our mine, I would say it was the heart of the sustainability of our mine. How? I'm going to show in the upcoming slide. And we convert our waste of our beneficiation plant, 100% waste of beneficiation plant, we take 100% waste and we pump it back from where we are digging it. So this is the paste fill technical overview. So we have a plant of 3 MTPA up to around 364 ton per hour dry tailing we use to make the paste. So it is being generated by, it is as of 3 MTPA. So we take around 300 tons per hour to make the paste as of the current production rate. And we have designed a thickener. We need to make, for making paste, we need around 65 to 75 solid from thickening process, and we go for further dewatering it. I'm going to show you in upcoming slides. And these are the technical specifications, and these are the process drivers which drove our consultant to design the paste fill plant for our mining and geological conditions. So this is the paste plant layout. Here you can see in blue color the thickener, and we have filter feed tanks to store the thickened tailing, and we have the water green color. We have the water tanks. You can see in green color, and we have 4 large silos over there. This is the process overview. You can see. So we are getting ore from underground. At the top you can see. By the number it was reaching our primary crusher. We have setting of 150 mm size. We'll get output of 1 mm size of ore from primary crusher, and then it was conveyed to the secondary crushing unit. From there, we had a crushed, minimized mm size of ore, and from there we go for ball milling. We need a small powder form of material for our flotation cell. So here we have ball mill. From ball mill, we use a centrifugal pump to pump the tailings to the flotation cell. Here you can see the flotation cell, how the copper concentrate is coming up and overflowing from the flotation cell. Here you can see the copper concentrate. We take that concentrate for further thickening and filtration process. Not working. So this is the copper concentrate we use for further thickening and filtration process by our beneficiation plant. Here, the most of the here the paste fill process starts. So we take almost all the tailing of this flotation cell. So we take 100% of the waste. The tailing is 100% waste of our beneficiation plant. We take from here with the centrifugal pumps, and we take these tailings directly to the thickener. We have thickener here. So we take tailing around 35% solids and 65% water from our beneficiation plant, and we further thickened it and we make it to 70%, and we go for further dewatering it, because to make a stable non-segregating paste, we need to extract as much as water we can. So we further dewater it with the bell filter. You can see here. We use centrifugal pumps. Mostly we used to call slurry pumps to pump the slurry. And then the output of the bell filter is the 81% solids in the form of cake. so which has around 19% moisture. So which is been fed directly to the mixer, and based upon the, you can see your conveyor over here. This particular conveyor has a good feature in it. We have load cell just below it, and it will sense amount of tailing which is been falling on the conveyor on hourly basis. Based on that, we inject the binder with this. We have inbuilt SCADA system. The plant is totally automated. Based on that, we inject binder system. So composition of binder, the composition of binder is around, we use granulated blast furnace slag 9% and 1% cement to meet our underground strength and to pump the thickened paste. So after this, it will reach us the continuous mixer, and the binary is binary is added over here. Here, here's the interesting pump which we use to pump the paste, which has around 78% solids. So it is very hard to pump the material content that much amount of solids. So we use a specified pump called positive displacement pump. Here you can see the stope length we have. The stroke length we have, that is equal to the discharge at point. So amount of paste we fill in the stope, the same amount of paste is being discharged at the end of the pipeline at one stop, at the time of one stop. So that is the call, it is the paste fill, positive displacement pump. With the help of pipeline, we pump the paste to underground. Here you can see how the stope is filling. So initially we fill the seal plug pour, and we leave that for around 28 days as per our geological conditions and our strength requirement. And after 28 days, we fill the main body of the stope. So within 28 days, we will be getting the required strength of 1 megapascal as per our geological conditions. So here you can see the material, how we are making the thickened tailing from thickener, and how we are recovering water from the process, and how we are making the cake with the bell filter. Here you can see. So this is the output of thickener, which has 70% solids, and the density of this is around 1.7 ton per meter cube. You can see we take, to make a proper recipe, we take 72% to the bell filter, and we add 27% directly to the mixer for making the paste for flowability. And this is the thickener, you can see how it is coming, and we store it in filter feed tanks. This is the filter feed tanks is made for in such a way that not to not to pump the undeveloped flow of the paste. So to maintain the consistency of the process circuit, so we use filter feed tanks, which has capacity 400. We have 2 tanks, each one of capacity 200 meter cube. And this is the water is been recovering. Here you can see the water is continuously recovering from thickener process. Here we recover around 70% of water from here itself. So further dewatering is take place in this filter, bell filter, you can see. This is how the cake is being made. And here you can see the output of cake has around 81% solids. The feed has 70% of the thickener, and the output of this bell filter is 81% solid. We have 2 bell filters. One is on standby, which should we have there, which is have 142 meter square area. And we have cement dosing system. We use some specified valves like rotary airlock valves. We inject OPC cement of grade 43, which contributes early strength in it. And it improves the strength within the short time. And we have granulated blast furnace slag. The reason for having the granulated blast furnace slag is it is a kind of cheaper than cement, and it uses the cement replacing element. And For making a stable, non-segregating paste, using GBFS is very good for a paste fill method, I would say. Especially for our mining, we use this GBFS and we make a good proper paste. Sorry. And then this is the final paste we are making, which has density of 1.99 ton per meter cube. The solid percentage of paste is 77 to 78%. And the production rate of current production rate is 260 meter cube per hour, wet paste. This is how we make the paste, and the paste has non-segregating in nature. No matter how long you leave in the stove, the water won't be bleeding out. That is the speciality of the paste, and the mind behind designing the paste is very good. I would say there are even more knowledge, many things we need to look after to making this proper non-segregating paste. And this is the achievement of initial stabilization period. So we operated plant for stabilization period for initial 6 months. So within the 6 months, we used around 3,75,000 tailings and to fill the stove. And we recovered around 581 million liters of water, and we sent that water to our mill tailing system for further, further operation thing. And we reduce land surface tailing storage and reduce land uses, seepage and dust emission. You might, most of you from beneficiation plant, they might know the tailing which be fed in tailing dam, they contain your loss of land, dust and emission all. So we reduce that, and water, we reduce water consumption because we are continuously sending back to our mill tailing area, recovering water and continuously sending back to our process plant. So we reduce water consumption as well. And the most important thing is it contributed the ground stability. As you know, the stoping system, as we heard just before 2 slides, 2 presentations about the stoping. If we are eating the primary stope and we are filling it back with the paste fill, and we are happy to mine the adjacent stope, and the paste fill stope will act as the pillar, and we are happy to excavate the primary stope. This is how the mining method will works on. So it contributed huge in the stability of our underground mining. As far as the industrial waste is concerned, so Earth is moving around, running out of space. So this data is taken from United Nations Environment Protection. So during the 2000, we used to generate around 12 to 14 billion ton of waste per year. So as the decade passed out, when we came to 2010, so the tons went to 3 to 4% increase in tons per year consumption. So we generate around 16 to 18 billion ton per year with rapid urbanization, due to rapid urbanization. When it came to 2020, the waste generated over world, the industrial waste generated over the world is 20 to 22 billion tons per year. As we go forward, our UN assumption is the generation of waste is 26 to 30 billion ton per year. So we won't be having much space left out. So that's why I've indicated in inverted triangle. As we are going forward, the space on the earth is reducing to store that waste. So our Hindustan Copper Limited Malanskan Copper Project took a good decision for having paste fill to use 100% tailing to backfill material to fill from where we are taking the ore. This is very much important for the mining where we are dealing with 1 to 1% of ore grade. These are the aligning with sustainable goals and United Nations Sustainable Goals. We have sort of United Nations Sustainable Goals, clean water, responsible consumption and climate action. And then we have National Mineral Policy, scientific waste management and the sustainable mine closure, And Mission Life, we have green industry practice. I would say this plant is for green industrial practice. And the conclusion, I would say, the plant is playing dual role. One is for environment and the other is for maintaining stability of underground mine. I have took the reference of National Mineral Policy, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the Mission Life. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nayak. If something sparked a thought, it's now time for questions. Sure. Can we? So please take the mic.
Karaya sir, I got two questions for you. One question for you, one for my friend from Simpa. Since you are been doing manganese mining from such a long time, okay, can this best fell technology, well, there may be some differences between the tailings as HCL is being using and the waste you are having. Can it be implemented in manganese? Because nowadays, getting sand for stowing is become a major hurdle. This is question number one. Question number two to my Simpa friends is, since they are doing all their numerical analysis, which is based on experimentations, lab experimentations, okay, whether they are going for tensile strength, composite strength, Young modulus, or cohesion, angle of internal frictions, are they having any lab in Nagpur which is doing this for them? Or they are sending these samples directly to Dhanbad? Basically because I am from Nagpur, so my interest is that if something is not possible, then something can be created here. So that will save a lot of time. Thank you.
थैंक यू तिवारी साहब. मैं सबसे पहले बोल देता हूँ, फिर सिंपर से जो जवाब आएगा आपको मिलेगा. आपने जो पॉइंट उठाया वो मेरा भी पॉइंट है कि पेस्ट फिलिंग के बारे में बात होती है. तो पेस्ट फिलिंग अभी हमने जो 4 पेपर देखे हैं, 4 पेपर में सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो थी कि जिंक और कॉपर में दोनों में जो कॉन्सेंट्रेट बनाते हैं उसमें करीब 90% वेस्ट उनको मिल जाता है, जिसकी उनको एक्स्ट्रा कास्ट नहीं आती है. और क्रोमाइट और जो मैग्नीज की माइनिंग है वहाँ पे अगर आप पेस्ट फिलिंग के लिए जाएंगे तो आपको उसके लिए पेस्ट फिल के लिए मटेरियल को प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा, जिसके लिए पूरा क्रशिंग यूनिट से लेके बॉल मिल तक डालना पड़ेगी. और वैल्यू ऑफ प्रोडक्ट के हिसाब से अगर जाएंगे तो द माइनिंग विल बी नॉट इकोनॉमिकल. तो नाउ माय क्वेश्चन, जो जितने साइंटिफिक एजेंसी है उनसे ये था मेरा रिक्वेस्ट इसमें, क्यों ना हम पेस्ट फिलिंग की बात जो कर रहे हैं, पेस्ट फिलिंग नेचुरली जो भी है, फिलिंग आपका माइनिंग का हार्ट है. आपने अंडर हैंड की माइनिंग करी, ओवर हैंड की माइनिंग की बात करी, तो उसका बेस अगर हम देखेंगे तो वो है हार्ट आपका पेस्ट फिल, सीमेंटेशन के साथ जो पेस्ट फिल करते हैं. अब इस कंडीशन में जो माइनिंग में वेस्ट नहीं है, जहाँ पे वेस्ट इतना जनरेट नहीं होता, अगर आप बोलेंगे आपके पास भी बहुत वेस्ट पड़ा, पर वो कितने साल चलेगा, 1 साल 2 साल, वो प्रोसेसिंग कास्ट में हम लोग उसके बाद कॉम्पीट नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो उसका एक अल्टरनेट अगर साइंटिफिक एजेंसीज में आती है और जो नेशनल पॉलिसी के तहत भी है कि हम सीमेंट, सैंड और बॉटम एस जो जनरेट होता है उसको यूज़ करके कोई ऐसा सॉल्यूशन प्रोड्यूस करें जो कि इंडस्ट्री को काम आए, तो मैं सभी साइंटिफिक एजेंसी को इसके लिए इनवाइट करूँगा. और जहाँ तक मेथड की बात, मैं अभी पेपर पे आ गया हूँ सीधा आपके क्वेश्चन से, आप बोलो तो उसको बाद में देता हूँ या अभी कंटिन्यू कर लूँ. जहाँ तक जो मेथड की बात करी गई है, जो हिंदुस्तान जैंक में मेथड होती थी पहले, वो ओवरहैंग मेथड करते थे, और उनकी जो डेप्थ के साथ जो स्टाटा कंट्रोल और जो रॉक बस्ट या रॉक टेम्परेचर की वजह से जो प्रॉब्लम आए हैं, उसमें उन्होंने स्टडी करके ये चीज़ डेवलप की और अंडर हैंड माइनिंग को उन्होंने अडॉप्ट किया. अब प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि हम किसी की नकल नहीं कर सकते. उनके पास जो मेथड है वो काफ़ी दिनों से वो यूज़ कर रहे थे, उनके पास 1000 मीटर का शाफ्ट है, उनका डिक्लाइन 8 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा डेप्थ तक हो चुका है. अब वो चीज़ हम मलाजखंड में इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि मलाजखंड इनिशियल स्टेज में है, अभी वहाँ उनका प्रिपरेटिव वर्क चल रहा है. तो अभी फ़िलहाल ओवरहैंग पे ही चलना चाहिए, ये मेरा एक सजेशन है। और फ्यूचर में उनको नेचुरली बहुत फ़ायदे हैं अंडरहैंड माइनिंग के, जैसा कि स्पीकर ने अभी बताया कि आपका काफ़ी जो मटेरियल जो हम पिलर्स में छोड़ देते हैं क्राउन पिलर में, वो पूरा 100% रिकवर हो जाएगा। और जहाँ तक एक केस स्टडी थी मॉइल के लिए, तो मैं उसमें भी एक बार फिर से साइंटिफिक एजेंसियों को इनवाइट करूँगा कि भाई रॉक मास की हम बात करते हैं, आरएमआर की बात करते हैं, वीक जोन है तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते, तो क्या ऐसे कोई साइंटिफिक स्टडी करके आप कोई सॉल्यूशन दे सकते हैं कि कंट्री रॉक को आप सीमेंटेशन करके उस आरएमआर तक ला दें, जिससे कि हम भी ओपन स्टोप की माइनिंग कर सकें। माइल आल्सो वांट टू डू द ओपन स्टोपिंग। आपने जितने कंस्टेंट बताए वो कंस्टेंट बताते बताते मेरी नौकरी खत्म हो गई। सर वो मेथड जो उन्होंने दी है पार्टली हम लोग यूज़ करते हैं, पोस्ट पिलर है, रिप पिलर है, और जो 30x30 मीटर के ब्लॉक्स हैं वो सब हम कर रहे हैं। बट नाउ डेज डिमांड DGMS आल्सो, कंपनी आल्सो वांट्स की एक्सपोजर ऑफ मैन इन द फ्रेशली एक्सपोज रूप मिनिमाइज़ किया जाए, और वो मिनिमाइज़ तभी होगा जब हमारा आदमी वहाँ नहीं जाएगा। तो हम फ्यूचर के लिए सभी लोग को, जो भी साइंटिफिक एजेंसी है, उनको इनवाइट करते हैं कि अच्छे अच्छे सजेशन दें, और हम रेडी हैं कि कोई भी मेथड के लिए जो हमको अडाप्टेबल होगी हम उसमें जाएंगे। सिंपल आल्सो कुछ जगह कांदरी में हमने इंगेज किया था, उन्होंने एक मेथड ओपन स्टोप की प्रेजेंट की है हमको, हम उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। बहुत जल्दी हम कोशिश करेंगे कि एक ब्लॉक को हम उसमें इम्प्लीमेंट करें और उसके क्या कंस्टेंट आते हैं, और वो जो भी चीज़ आएगी, नाउ हमने सोच लिया है कि हम ओपन स्टोप पे जाएंगे, क्योंकि कांदरी में कम से कम 40% हमारा हाई ग्रेड ओर जो है वो सपोर्टिंग में ब्लॉक हो रहा है। 46% का मैग्नीज इंडिया में बहुत कम है, और इतनी ह्यूज क्वांटिटी में अगर हम उसको छोड़ देंगे तो ये नेशनल वेस्ट होगा। तो हम लोग भी अभी उसमें सिम्फर के ही एक साइंटिस्ट हमको मदद कर रहे हैं जो स्टोप डिजाइन करके देंगे, तो हम भी ओपन स्टोप करेंगे। रही बात पेस्ट फिल और सीमेंट फिल की बात, तो उस पर हम लोग अभी फिर से एक बार एजेंसी को इनवाइट करने वाले हैं।
No, it just did initial designing stage. डिजाइनिंग स्टेज में ही है। सो मेरे को पहले इनके क्वेश्चन था टुवर्ड्स मी। सो आवर बिल्डिंग इज कमिंग ग्राउंड +5 फ्लोर and that is stuck somewhere. So otherwise some 5 years back we are planning to have very good smart laboratory, ground rock mechanics laboratory, but as you know in government setup, so one or another reason that building is stuck somewhere.
My question is, Nagpur is such a big city.
So we want to have, see, rock mechanics lab is not a constraint for doing the research. We have, you know, mining, please, mining department, we have, you know, Vinayati. We have a very good lab at Dhanbad. Sending samples over there, we always send our mile samples to our Dhanbad laboratory.
बागड़े साहब जो भी है बता दो, लैब है तो है, नहीं है तो नहीं है,
नहीं है ना,
बस खत्म बात। उसमें
नहीं सर, बात क्या है कि इनॉग्रेशन हुआ था उस दिन पानी गिर गया, झंडा गिर गया नीचे मंडप,
छोड़िए
that problems are there.
Any question from other people? Yes.
Sir was asking for the availability of the waste material for the filling, paste filling. So there is a mining industry and a mining industry also having, you know, there is a challenges to be get disposed of their waste, such as a NALCO and other industry also. So we can able to use that you know, waste material just like a bottom mass also we can use as a for your filling material, filling things. There is a no need to be build up the any of the extra plant over there. You have to mix over there, small captive plant, you can mix it and then directly fill it into your stoves. That will increase your stability and then increasing your production by the 80 to 90% that we have achieved also in earlier days. Thank you, sir.
आप लोग यूज कर रहे हैं?
Sir, I was earlier in Hindustan Zinc, so I was in SK Mines. So we had a using of paste filling plant. I was operated over there.
I saw it.
So that is the experience that I have.
Okay. Can I have one question? Yes. My question is for the Simfer, where they had done the comparison of the overhand, the underhand stopping, and it was observed that in the underhand stopping, the induced stresses are much lower. I think there was a slide where they compared that it's only around 2 MPa, whereas in overhand it was 40 MPa. There's a huge difference. I mean, if you're increasing, like, I think that depth of the mining was around 700 meters. So I would like to know mechanistically, what is the mechanics? You just said an observation, it's like 40 MPa or 2 MPa. I want to know why.
Yeah, hello sir. Sir, actually based on the, we did the laboratory testing, we got the data and we simulated it based on the in situ stresses. So it is the real life scenario created on the grid. So, yeah. Yeah.
You got a model, right?
Yes sir.
You are loading it horizontally and
vertically, yeah.
Statically,
yes, sir.
Or whatever is the K ratio.
Yes sir.
It's just the sequence you are changing, or is there something else?
So
it's just whether you are going up or down.
Yes, sir.
Because we are not using any
No, sir,
I just need to know because it's a huge difference.
Yes, sir.
So what is the mechanics?
Simulation
Why there is a
based
load
on-
transfer to that extent? My question is that.
Okay. So basically the model is run in, sir, more Coulomb failure criteria.
Yes. In both the cases, yes.
Yes, sir. So, sir, the sequence is basically we discuss with the mine and how they are planning to extract it. So in case of overhand, we will create a simulation based on that. In underhand, what are they planning?
No, you are going one like a lift at a time, right? Whether you are going up or you are going down.
In overhand, basically, sir, we extract and fill the old stopes. Then in based on overhand mining, we go
later.
My question pertaining to this, sorry, I'm interfering.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the testing part is,
yes, sir.
Because your complete analogy is based on the data which you get it from your laboratories.
Yes, sir. We tested on the field, yeah.
Whatever numerical modeling you do, my question is based on the quality of data which you get.
So
that is why he has come down to those, because there is a huge difference in megapascal, 40 to 2.
Yes, sir.
How it is possible?
That is for numerical simulation.
That is नहीं.
तिवारी साहब
was only
एक
the
दिन-
numerical modeling you are
एक दिन
giving,
विजिट करिए
but,
सिम्पर में और देखिए
want to
कैसे
know
ये
the
लोग दिखा रहे हैं
physics behind it. I just need to know how the load is getting transferred.
Now I am concluding the session.
I think question wise they have simulated in two conditions. One is underhand, one is overhand. Right? Properties and other things simulations remain same. So he wanted to know why it is from 2
ठीक है
40 megapascal.
पागले साहब it's okay.
So I would like to add one point. So basically, during the extraction of overhand, we are going to bottom from top to bottom. Yeah. So basically, the stresses are going downwards. Basically. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. In overhand, we are going from bottom to top. So the stress is mostly confined on the roof. The stress is transferred on the roof. But in underhand, we are going downwards. The stress there was in some yielding on the floor, not on the roof that much, because it was managed by paste. Because paste is a soft material, sir. So it doesn't hold that much stress. Yeah.
Exactly, whether you are going up or down, is all continuum is there. The stress
Yes.
is not only getting transferred, but they will get transferred
Sir.
as well. Right? Hey, we'll
So,
go ahead with that.
all the 4 पेपर आर वेरी नाइस और ऑलमोस्ट सभी केस स्टडी थे और जो कि हमारी मेटल माइनिंग का सिनेरियो दिखा रहे हैं कि कहाँ से कहाँ तक हम लोग पहुँच गए हैं हाईएस्ट लेवल पे अभी मैकेनाइजेशन जहाँ हिंदुस्तान जिंक में है और प्रोडक्शन भी वहाँ का हाईएस्ट है वो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग ये सेशन रहा और उसमें अभी जो फर्दर जो डिस्कशन हुए वो भी काफ़ी अच्छे रहे हैं और मैं सभी पेपर जिन्होंने प्रेजेंट किए सारे पार्टिसिपेंट को बधाई देता हूँ और जो और फर्दर स्टडी की हम लोग बात कर रहे थे उस पर उन लोग थोड़ा कंसंट्रेट करें इसके लिए इनवाइट करता हूँ थैंक यू टू ऑल दैट्स ऑल
For illuminating minds and sparking new conversations, we would like to felicitate the speakers. I request Shri P. Karaya and Shri Anup Shukla to kindly present memento to our speakers. I would first invite on stage Dr. M.N. Bagre. May I request Mr. Rohan Jolly Abraham to please come up on stage? I now invite Ms. Akanksha Sunil Borkar and Ms. Saloni Bhise to please come up on stage. I now invite Mr. B. Suresh Nayak to kindly be on stage. Thank you so much. At this moment, I'd like to thank Shri P. Karaya and Shri Anup Shukla for their distinguished contribution to this program. May I please request Shri S.K. Adhikari, Chief Mining Geologist, to kindly present memento to Shri P. Karaya and Shri Anup Shukla. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank our chair and co-chair with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, and that's a wrap for day one. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Before we part ways for the evening, here's a gentle reminder. We would love to see you along with your families at 7:30 for the dinner. And for tomorrow, we meet at 10 a.m., same place, same energy. Thank you.